on again. Okay, so with that, we're going to be doing some Product Zomboid today, where we're going to be jumping in on our Zero to Hero route run, where we've got the population set to insane. So Product Zomboid completely changed that intro screen. It's thematically the same thing, but where it used to be like this hand-drawn thing, they use the in-game models to recreate the scene. This is something they've been doing because they had the artist who made the original background. They hired that same artist to make a bunch of backgrounds for the release of Build 42 Unstable, and they were all happy with that. And then it turned out to have generative AI that was undisclosed into it, which caused a whole big snafu for Indie Stone because they didn't know it had generative AI, and so they yanked it all back down, which was a shame because there was actually a lot of cool scenes that we were getting Easter eggs of lore from, and so they are recreating those scenes using the in-game models, mostly out of fear of they really don't want to get associated with generative AI, because regardless, again, of what your opinions are on generative AI, it is seen very, very negatively within the gaming light. So having generative AI in your games is deliberately, or is whether you know it or not, making a decision to reduce your potential market. So it is a thing there. Yeah, thematically holding the lady in the arms versus eating the lady. Oh, no. It was always the same thing. Even the old one where it looked like it was holding, when the lightning would flash, you would see that the person had like a whole bunch of stuff hanging from their mouth. It's always been a zombie eating their loved one. Alright, so for those who missed where we left off, this up ahead is the secret military base. And if you're wondering why I'm standing out here in the field, it's I slept in there. There are no functional windows on this thing anymore. We have not cleared the area. It was a spicy sleep. But right up here up the road, we would go up, just up around to the right, and then there's a big building in the back that is the actual military or secret military base on the map. For those who don't know where this is, I will simply say very vaguely, it is kind of west-southwest of Rosewood. You could certainly look up the map to figure out where it is if you want to spoil yourself. Me telling you that is not enough to get you there without a lot of hunting. One change I did learn with Project Zomboid that I'm honestly genuinely pretty upset about is nowadays, if you sleep in a tent, your character borderline panic attacks, waking them up early most nights, making tents almost useless. I strongly disapprove of that change. I get the sleeping bag. I get the idea that you're just laying down in a sleeping bag in the middle of the woods during a zombie apocalypse, being all upset. Sure, because we can put sleeping bags in the tents now to make the tents better. But by doing that penalty on the tent, it's like, okay, just delete the tents, why don't you? Because if I can't actually sleep in the tent and, you know, do the sleeping part, what's the point of it existing? You apparently have a hatchet on this body, which I'm about to take. Thank you, Illy, for the 60 stream streak. I do appreciate that. But yeah, so they are redoing all those themes, like all the scenes that were in the Build 41 or Build 42 unstable branch that got pulled because of generative AI. They are redoing all of those using the in-game models. So we'll have like the scene of the helicopter coming over. We'll have the scene of like the general at like giving the press conference and all that. And a bunch of those, as I mentioned before, they actually give us tidbits of the lore that honestly weren't available anywhere else. It was one of the really cool things about it. It really does suck that the artist, you know, was using generative AI without letting anyone know. Hey, I think that's fitness 2 or 3? That's a bit of a mess. That's what I get for playing Product Zomboid, where I had a chance to properly wake up because didn't sleep well, took a nap, still waking up from said nap. Alright. You watched live action He-Man today. Alright. Was it any good? I didn't even know it was coming out. Or maybe it came out a long time ago. I honestly don't know. I don't pay much attention to a lot of the movie stuff. I'm assuming it was a movie. Yeah, but right up this road will take me straight to the building. Those who don't know the set, I've been playing Pal World, Alchemy Factory, like Little Rocket Lab, games like that. It's primarily a you watch the gameplay kind of channel. So you just kind of sit and vibe the gameplay. If that's your jam, you can find it over there. Alright. So we're going to keep pulling a bunch of zombies here and there. We are on Insane Pop, which I believe... I don't remember what Insane Pop is. Whatever Insane Pop is. We're on the one that's called Insane. Historically, I typically play 16 times Pop, but it is a thing where I have opted to not do that with the map rework and all that. Because for those who haven't seen 16 times Pop, going into a town is not something you just do. It is a protracted campaign of multiple in-game months. Which just means you don't see any of the map because you're busy just meat grinding the edge of a town. So the town eventually capitulates. So instead we have higher than any of the other settings. We just went full insane. So it's more than Apocalypse, it's more than Extinction. I think Extinction is very high, and Apocalypse is just like normal. I think the other two modes are like your cozier modes that don't go that high. Yeah, well, I had the previous run was like 5 or 6 times Pop, the one we died from, which is not quite a week ago. But this one, rather than going and set that, just so people could like wrap their minds around the settings very easily, instead of just having a number, we actually chose one of the existing settings. We just chose the highest one. Alright, so let's rest for a minute because we were just doing a bunch of that. Oh, we will need to fill up our water. Alright. You talk more, but you're not the one that initiates it. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to like call it out. It's just the way the channel is presented to me and all that. It is a thing in content creation that like very genuinely to like the only way you keep a conversation going is to talk like there's talk like there's 100 people here, whether there's 0 or 5 or 10 or 3,000 or whatever. It's a weird thing to do. It takes a weird amount of practice, but it's the same concept on radio if they've got the idea of dead air. And that for, like, keeping things entertaining, you just have to avoid dead air. Like, no judgment about it. Because, like I said, it is a weird thing. I do really dislike this UI, because now I gotta go find the bucket in our UI and drop it in here, and then do this, and... When I miss being able to just be like, right-click, fill my bottle. And not have to go through the fluid transfer thing. I understand when I want to mix a bunch of fluids together, I could do cool stuff with that. I'm not saying that has to go away. But I do miss being able to just go right-click, give me my freaking water. Because it's ultimately what I want to do. But they've added like 3 extra clicks to it. To get the exact same result. So I got some nettles, I've got some various herbs. So I get a bit of food yet. But yeah, so like no judgment about it. It's just one of those things that unless people are going to strike up the whole conversation to do that, they're going to be watching gameplay. What you do with fluid mixing? You could do stuff like water down the alcohol a little bit so that you maybe don't get quite as strong of an effect. You could do stuff like mix, water with milk so you get a little bit of calories and hydration. Most of it is It's one of those mechanics they've implemented that's got like a few edge case uses, but broadly I found to not be particularly useful. Yeah, like you can make cocktails if you want, like if you want to find vodka and then mix it with like milk or whatever, make like a white Russian, you can do that. So it's kind of fine for RP, but eh. Aren't you able... Let's see, aren't you able to, with doors and windows, open and close them with just key, rather than full menuing? Oh no, you can use a button to open doors and windows. Yeah. You can walk up and hit E, and your character will start trying to open it. Oh, I was like, why do I still hear a zombie? I didn't finish the job. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, very genuinely adds a great deal of complexity in UI and extra clicks and all that, that came at the cost of a fairly simple process. And for the most part, doesn't really add much, I would say, I care about. Because I don't, for like me, for example, I don't care that you can make a white Russian. Because for me in Product Zomboid, it's pretty rare my character ends up consuming alcohol. Because about the only time you really need alcohol is like if you're like when you have a nightmare. That's a case where if you don't have something else, you can drink, you know, do a little drinky drink to get sleepy again. That's a fair use. But in that case, I'm probably not going to mix. I'm just going to take a sip. And I know there was like what people called like the battle juice or whatever, which is like milk, soda, and alcohol all in one. So that you get the pain reduction from the alcohol, and then you'd counter the sleepiness with the soda. And then, actually, I think it had water in as well, so the water was high enough you would auto-drink it, as opposed to needing to manually drink it. And it had enough milk that you'd actually get your calories from it, too. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month, and you're using it here. And I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. You heard they patched that? Yes, they did. I think you can still make it, it's just now you have to manually drink it. Sounds like it'd take sticky. Right, but it's kind of one of those things, it was like a whole lot of effort to make it. So it's just kind of one of those things I'm like, okay, well, if you've added this mechanic to allow people to come up with creative things they can do with liquids and all that, why would, when someone comes up with a creative solution that you can kind of do manually by working other means, would you then take it away? Like, this is the behavior we're specifically trying to enable. Alright, we need to back off. I was hoping it's just gonna be the last one. What about sleeping while in pain? Microdosing booze after exercise? Yeah, that's a thing. But you don't need to mix the fluid. You just drink a quarter of a bottle or whatever. If you don't drink enough, it doesn't do anything. And you actually usually get pain the next morning, not before you go to sleep. There are times when you get yourself in pain before sleep by like overextending yourself and doing muscle strain, or you've been chopping trees all day and muscle strain or whatever. But I'd say even in my marathon runs where I do like literally an in-game year and a half plus, I probably drink alcohol, maybe, or sleeping pills, one or the other, maybe twice in the entirety of the run. Yep, so we're backing off because of this, out of breath. If we keep pushing without a breath, I will end up getting extremely bad muscle exertion, and my damage will just keep getting worse and worse and worse until we get kind of in that downward ramp of damage that I eventually just get overrun by the zombies. When you're a kid, you did sleepovers. You try to make disgusting drinks as possible. Milk and soda is always a winning combo. Yep. A really fruity soda I could see being particularly... Oh yeah, I did close that window, didn't I? Did I have a book to read, or did we catch up on our reading? We caught up on our reading. I'm actually low on weapons. We got a bunch in the vehicle, though. It was not that bad. We got just up the road here. I've got a truck. I just didn't pull it closer because the truck is stupid loud. So I didn't want to pull the zombies out of here. Alright. That should be probably long enough. Considering carbonation curdles milk, yeah, that'd do it. Yeah. But it's just one of those things of like, okay, what is the use case now? Because you can't water down gas and put in your car that I'm aware of. Because in real life, that would destroy your poor engine. You get all that water vapor in, well, not destroy your engine. You get the water into where your spark plugs are, and it wouldn't be able to burn the gas because it's full of water, and your car would just stall out. So it's not like there's like watering down gas and making it work. And you could take your alcohol and you could water that down. And maybe not that makes sense. But you'd also just kind of microsip it. Mix in hydrogen? There's no hydrogen in the map as far as I'm aware. But, so you got that out of here. I don't imagine it makes sense to just mix milk and water so that you enable auto drink on milk. Because at that point, it's like, okay, well, just give us a toggle to auto drink milk. And so, like, it's kind of one of those head scratchers, like, what is the purpose of this? And the only one I can think of is supposedly you can take tainted water, and if you put just the tiniest amount of bleach into it, you can actually make the tainted water safe in this game using bleach. Which is a thing you can do in real life, but you gotta be real careful. If you put even just a little bit too much, it becomes very dangerous. I thought that zombie was on the other side of the fence. Like, genuinely, you probably don't want to be sitting there, you know, fishing a bunch of water out of a lake, and then putting some bleach in there to make it safe. You're just gonna end up giving yourself bleach poisoning. You want to make sure that's in some, like, real controlled... Where did the broken one go? Here's the broken one. Uh, 10 milliliter of the bleach into water bucket can be used to clean a lot, which is good for bases. Yeah, I mean, okay, like you could do it for the cleaning, but it almost just make at that point like a right-click make cleaning solution. All right, so we got one of the things we wanted. We got the Alice belt and suspenders. That gives us a place where we can attach a bunch of other goodies onto it. This is just unfortunately a regular old duffel bag, and we don't care about that. So we're here looking for military zombies. Because right now we're rocking the small hiking bag. So the things we have as upgrade is after the small hiking bag, there's the big hiking bag. After the big hiking bag, there's a large bag. And after the large bag, there's a military backpack. We can skip all the way to that last one here. But with the Alice, there's an angular flashlight that gives you a hands-free flashlight. Checking that ground in case we end up needing another weapon. Okay. I'll catch up with chat in a minute. It is one unfortunate downside of Product Zomboid that when you're in the fight, or in a dangerous place, I should say, not even necessarily in a fight, when you're in a dangerous place, you kind of can't really watch chat while you're fighting. You kind of gotta wait for either a chance to pause or back off where it's relatively safe. Probably should back off, but I'm gonna keep pushing. Okay. Let's sit down for a minute. We didn't make any new friends. Now, downside is we are halfway to underweight. Alright, let me catch up in chat for a second. I hope your run is going well. Finally, after checks nearly 800 hours played, finally visited Louisville. It even got some nice spiffo signage from the HQ. Almost died in the library thanks to the military jacket for the save. So you got grabbed, but the jacket saved you. Let's see. Also ran the bases at Louisville Stadium. Because what's the end of the world if you can't have a bit of fun? This reminds you that you don't think you've ever seen a video for the game Dark Darkness. Have one of those turbo powerful handheld flashlights. Let's see, most Zomboid chats I've seen have been part of watch. Most Zomboid chats you've been a part of, watched, have been slow or contained between each other. Slow or contained. Oh yeah. No, it's you just kind of, it's like one of the things with a category. You just have to be comfortable with, like, hey, there's going to be some times that the content creator just can't engage with you. It's the same thing with a lot of your high-speed, action-packed games. So if you're watching, like, a lot of first-person shooters, especially if they're more competitive ones, or MOBAs or anything like that, that when the game is actively going, there's only so much, like, the person can pay attention and actually play the game. It's one of the reasons why a lot of the categories of games I like to watch is stuff like, you know, Kenshi, RimWorld, a lot of that kind of stuff. Because a lot of these, like a lot of those games, you know, yeah, there's intense times where you gotta focus up and all that, but pause is always available, so like, you know, if you are doing something you kind of want to explain a concept, you can pause the game, walk through what you're talking about and all that. Getting multiple crawlers is not my favorite. Yeah, it's like a lot of those intense round-based games, like, while they're in the queue between rounds and all that, they'll be very talkative. Maybe at the beginning of the round they're just grabbing a couple of items, but it's pretty unlikely they're going to get into a fight right then. They might be talkative, but like the moment the round picks up in earnest, you know, they'll I should rephrase that. They'll still talk, but like they won't really be reading chat because they just can't. That zombie has multiple firearms on it. They have a key to something here, maybe the base itself. And like an ankle holster and all that. We're not going to worry about that ourselves. Alright. Yeah, sit for a minute here, make sure all recouped. Yeah, so Product Zomboid as well as ones that, like, Yeah, when you're sitting there fishing, you can kind of get away a little bit more with reading chat. When you're in a sweaty, dangerous place, you can't really. Are you planning on keeping the guns? I tossed them on the ground so they wouldn't despawn. Guns are very heavy in the game, so it is committing a lot of space. Generally, the way I approach guns and product zomboids is I don't use them very often. But, like, if I hit a place that's got a ton of guns, what I might do is grab a type of gun, a bunch of ammo, wait for the helicopter, and since I'm going to be chased anyways, just kind of go out there shooting. Not because it's, like, a super effective way to kill a bunch of zombies, but, like, there's only one way to gain those skills, so you can put your stats up. And that's a way to use that. I wonder if they still have the gap in the fence. I haven't been here since Build 42 came out. And it used to be up here on this right side, there's a little gap on the fence, like inside the perimeter, like separating the front and the back. There's a little gap, and in some ways it was a good thing, and in some ways it was a very obnoxious thing. It was good because it helped you clear out a bunch of zombies before you got into the building, where things would get real dangerous if zombies are busting through the windows and all that. On the other hand, it did mean you had to clear like half the backyard before you could go in the front door because you'd keep aggroing stuff through the fence. And as an added annoyance, they would walk the entire length of the fence to the little gap and then walk the entire way back to you. You'd end up like running over there to meet them. Nice, relaxing sit with an audience. Can't tell if the gap's still there or not. Behind a tree. I think the gap might be gone. I'm really not sure. Now, the temptation is to skip all these zombies down here and then just immediately cut into the building. That is a dangerous temptation that you should not follow. Because you're going to get in there, you're going to accidentally make some noise, and then suddenly all of this is going to come in behind you in those tight, dark corners of that base. And then this is how you died. Alright, so we're starting to push over encumbered. Not a huge fan of that. Hello, car keys. Alright. We're going to push it to the abyss. The good news, if we kill this last group of zombies down here, that'll be this parking lot clear for the most part. And with that, I'll be able to rest here with a certain amount of safety. Meanwhile, while we wait for them to get up here, we can eat some nettles. Now, for those who don't know, Unless it's changed with Build 42, which I don't think it has. In Project Zomboid, when you choose your population settings at the beginning of the game, that only determines the zombies outside of buildings, not inside of buildings. So if you've ever gone to like, ooh, trash can gummy bears. Heck yeah, man. So if you've ever gone to, say, like, the mall on, like, 0.1 times pop and go, oh man, this place is rough. Look at all these zombies inside. This is really intense. You're clearing the exact same number of zombies, give or take, because of RNG, as someone playing in 16 times pop. Oh. Nice hydration pack. I'll drop that in the ground. I don't think I'll use it or take it or whatever, but still. Alright, looks like we got one more down here. I feel like this used to be open on the left side as well. I could be wrong. Like, it looks like this has changed. Like, again, this wouldn't be one of the places that got the glow up on the most recent update. But it did get a change for Build 42. Like, just broadly Build 42. And it feels like 90-ish% the same, with just little tiny differences. Alright, annotated map. I'm going to read that real fast. Okay. So we got a shotgun, food in kitchen. I don't know what town it is just looking at the map. This looks like it might be Louisville. For a vertical one, it's either Louisville... No, that's probably Muldrow. That's probably Muldrow, and this is probably the main highway in Muldrow. Either way, we could check it. So the shotgun, food in kitchen, on whatever that yellow building is there. Let's take a peek here. They don't have new marks in either of those. There it is. Okay, so it's Muldrow. So we're going to go here and... Shotgun. Food in kitchen. Let's see. Is those survivor maps we found auto-transcribed on our main map, or is it manually finding? It's manually finding. It will make the spot the map is appear, but it won't put like what they've written on the map on your map, kind of thing. If that makes sense to you. Which is the reason why it took a minute there to check all that. So you have no gas. Gonna leave the keys in there. Appreciate that everyone at the military base doesn't bother to lock their cars. Hey, we actually have one that locked their car. And... has a car alarm. Hey, we got an angular flashlight. Alright, stop for a second so I can actually pay attention to what I'm looking at. Bunch of knee pads and all that. I mean, it's a military base. fence is to keep the everybody out. The good news is I hadn't yet gotten close enough to the building for the zombies to spawn inside the building. So we actually probably won't have that many zombies come up here because they don't have a good path to get there. Not gonna be none. Probably not that many. Ooh, actually, I take that back. I am seeing a lot of zombies on the other side of the yard. So maybe what we do here... Let's play the safe bet. Let's walk up here. They're all gonna be drawn to that car. We don't have to worry about zombies coming from up here. There's a big freaking fence in the way. We kind of let this pan out for a minute while we deal with our hunger and all these things. There is a gap in the fence because they had nowhere else to come from. So we'll want to make sure to go behind the building to clear that crap out before we start going into the building. Or we'll just get outflanked and killed. Okay. Alright, let me check chat. Let's see. Also, know now that the military base fencing is tall fences in housing areas can be broken by enough zombies, but can that happen to regular walls as well? No, the regular walls, no. Like your actual. So let me rephrase that. Pre-existing regular walls, no. If the player builds the wall, yes. Any player-made structure or object can be destroyed if it's collidable. So you need to put down like a grill or whatever, they can be destroyed. Yeah, also to keep things inside. I also was going to ask during the rooftop escapade run, wouldn't gloves fulfill being able to remove glass without cuts instead of needing to salvage a bit of rags? No, so the gloves don't help you remove glass from windows. They will keep you from getting cut from removing glass from floors, though. I did see the Sunnyside announcement. I haven't had a chance to dig into it, Darth. I'm not going to go through every bit of game news during stream. I mentioned at the beginning of stream, I got over 32 emails, which included the Sunnyside announcement, before stream. And so I'll have to sift through all that. We're just getting in that time of year again where everything is going to be announcing their stuff. Oh, the owls took off the fanny packs? That's honestly fair. So let me go ahead and really fast kill these zombies, and we gotta move all stuff off the Alice. Or sorry, off the fanny packs over. There's that one. Okay, and the fanny packs are gone. That's actually nice because it'll make carrying stuff a lot easier. We'll want to sort things out. Yeah, so let's check this. If this is like the way it used to be, there's a gap right here in the fence. Not a big one, just a couple of tiles. It's a huge pain. And yep, it is still there. Yeah, I'm curious with Sunnyside how they did, because we checked out Sunnyside when it dropped into early access, and I generally had fun with it, but it also definitely felt like it was like really not where it needed to be. Like, it was definitely lacking in a lot of polish. Okay, so we need to back off because we're starting to get sleepy. Like, I liked it, but it definitely had a lot of problems that needed looking into. So it is good. Like, and to their credit, you know, they had released the game in its early access version, and it kind of got, like, not super well received. And honestly, because of how much money they had sunk into it and everything, I thought it was going to be, like, that was going to be it. That, you know, they shot their shot and they fell short kind of thing. But they went off and they made like a really cheap vendor game machine, which is actually kind of cool, but it's also like kind of half baked in the sense that it's still early access. But to their credit, they were like, okay, like this thing didn't land. What we're gonna actually go ahead and do is like take it back to the drawing board and potentially make some very significant changes, like completely removing functionality and changing functionality and adding it in. Like really, really sweeping changes. And for those who don't know what Sunnyside is, it's a game in the same kind of genre as like Stardew Valley, but it's very unapologetically Japanese, like actual Japanese, not like anime kawaii or whatever, but like trying to be authentically Japanese. Not that those things aren't, but you get the idea. It's Japanese, the people, not the media. And they actually went through and they're like, okay, let's put a poll. Like, who here wants us to keep the combat in, like, the mines? You know, because this is something that's going to take a significant developer investment to work on, but, like, seems to be one of those things people aren't as enthused about. And they were talking about, like, taking an entire chunk of the game and yoinking the whole thing and just punting it so they could focus on other parts of the game. And I give them a lot of credit for being willing to do that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Was you using an excuse to, were you using as an excuse to get the free Audible sub? I'm sorry, what? I know there's been a promotion going on for the free Audible sub. Oh, you were using me as a free excuse. Oh yeah, that's fine. Oh, what we can do is let's go and rearrange our items in their truck real fast. Restock some more weapons, because unfortunately we're already sleepy. And yeah. Gotcha. Never saw Sunnyside? Yeah. It's, like I said, it's not a bad game. It just definitely was a little lacking on the polish department. So I'm going to dismantle our old school flashlight. Because at this stage we have an angle flashlight, which I can hook up to the else to keep my hands free. So basically we're just exchanging it for a better flashlight. I was trying to remember with the Alice flashlight, or the angled flashlight. Yeah, webbing right. Wait, did I grab 2 of them? What? Oh, I have 2 of them. Okay. Well, we'll put 1 in the truck. It's like this part where I can't use like a menu down here. I gotta go and find my bottle, drop it in. Okay, so it's all fine. Drop all his seeds off I've been collecting from foraging. So while it's not a lot of weight, it does add up. Eat the violet. Who does webbing left? I know, right? I actually haven't gone through to figure out all the stuff you can and can't put in the webbing and all that. Okay, so we've got that wrench. I may actually take the meat cleaver and drop that off. I'd rather have the ball-peen hammer. I'll drop off the 2 hatchets. We'll grab that wrench. Grab the carpentry book for reading. Oh wait, no, grab the shovel for her back. Bring some oats with us. I think they'll do for now. Dead flies? I don't... What? Alright. So with that, that'll be another danger sleep time. Look like a Halloween thing with all that. Yeah, it's just because we went to the grocery store and we picked up everything. So very genuinely, we're getting a bunch of the grocery stuff out of there. A teacup? Okay. So the unfortunate reality is because we're sleepy, we really can't take the risk staying out there. So we're just going to read our book until it's too dark for us to read anymore. Did you try the pizza that you said was not for use in the oven? Yeah, it was just okay. It was very microwave pizza. Where they're like, do not use this in a conventional oven. It's like, okay. And it's like, alright, this is just a microwave pizza. Like it reminds you of like the little microwave pizzas you got. It was like a little thicker crust than that. But it was just an okay frozen pizza. Like on the lower end of frozen pizzas. It was fine. On the plus side, it was low effort. Since I had to like put in the oven and doing all that stuff and waiting for 15-20 minutes and all that, was just nuke it. Let's see, you and your partner have been doing taking bakes from the grocery store. It's so much better frozen and not a big difference in price. I've been doing taken bakes. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of people who get all weird about stuff that's frozen, and there's some stuff that being frozen makes a big difference. Like a lot of your fruits and veggies, a lot of those will have a very different texture if it's been frozen. But if you're gonna saute it or steam it, a lot of times it's not that noticeable because you're gonna be doing a bunch of stuff with it anyways. But like getting a bag of just frozen veggies and just like munching on them would be pretty rough. So we're gonna eat our violets. Gonna eat some wild garlic. Yeah, no, stuff like that's the thing. Sometimes the texture can be desirable. Like if you're doing stuff like smoothies and floats and ice cream, getting like your berries frozen can kind of moosh them a little bit, which can be really nice. I know for certain recipes, people deliberately freeze the bananas, because when you freeze and thaw the bananas, it makes them way softer. So for like making banana bread, that can sometimes be a tactic to freeze the bananas first to soften them up for making banana bread. The one I find funny is people who get all weird at the grocery store about like, oh, I don't want the frozen fish. Like, oh, the frozen fish, you'll ruin it. And you're kind of like, you know, you know that's frozen on the boat too, right? That they catch this thing and then they chuck it in a big thing of ice and it gets frozen, right? And then when it's shipped here from the other side of the country, it's frozen. So like it being frozen in your grocery store has changed nothing. Unless you're like going to the wharf, um, and like getting it straight from the dock, and even then it's very likely still been frozen, as I said, a lot of times on the actual vessels they're shipped, getting the fish. A lot of them will throw in what's just a big freezer on the boat because they're gonna be out there like they're not gonna go out there and catch a fish and come back. They're going to go out there and fish. They're gonna pull a whole bunch of them up, chuck them in. Maybe it's something like swordfish or something exotic, or like a fish you're not going to catch very many, like tuna. You're just going to catch big ones. Isn't freezing fish another way to get rid of parasites? Yeah, some parasites. But yeah, there are people who get weird about fish being frozen. But yeah, the only time you have a problem with frozen is when you get more bread than fish. It isn't a problem to the freezing. Oh yeah, like the preparation. And it's also a thing like after you prepared the fish, like you've cooked it, you've breaded or whatever, and then you freeze it. It's like, yeah, because usually it's whatever you've done to the fish. That thing gets screwed up. Like it's very different after you've cooked it. Alright, so this is gonna be a risky sleep. Honestly, let's actually not push it too far. Let's just go to sleep. So if we hear... Ooh, that's not an angle I wanted. That's actually a bad spot. It'll be spotted much easier. I was going to say, if we hear a zombie run in, I want to run this way. Yeah, so that waking up was not from a zombie. That waking up is because tents are dumb in this game now. And so even though I am indoors, in a tent, we're still getting panicked because I'm using a tent. So that is something I'm greatly displeased with. That is a mechanic that I genuinely feel like they just need to punt. Like I actually defend them on like the muscle strain. Like yeah, I need some tuning and all that. I actually like defend the muscle strain and all that's like right. But that's got a play like where you do something to and for it. This one it's just like, okay, well you just basically told me don't use tents. Right after you took the time to make it so you could take your tent and slip in a sleeping bag and add a pillow and make it nice and improve the quality of the sleep and all these other things that are really cool. And they said, oh, but your character's going to panic so you don't sleep anyways. So, screw you, I guess. Alright, bear with me, chat. Before we get like properly started in the fight, I'm gonna go and quickly say hi to my wife. She just popped upstairs and I'll be right back. Alright, be back in just a minute. So I'm going to show you something and I'm going to quickly run it back over to Tomb. It's hers. So one of the things we did today is we went to a candy store where we could get a mushroom. That's a marshmallow. And you have strawberries and all sorts of stuff like that. And it's just like, it is certainly an interesting and ridiculous thing of just straight up. But yeah, no, it legit, like, if it wasn't for, like, you can't see in the camera a little well, it's got, like, a little bit of that, like, sparkliness, because it's got some sugar sprinkled on it. But it actually looks, like, genuinely on the camera, like, maybe this part should be a little darker, but it looks like a mushroom. Genuinely, that looks like a mushroom. Like, I wouldn't get fooled by it, like, if I'm looking, I'd be like, what the hell's wrong with that mushroom? But, like, there was a whole bunch of them. They had, like, this big strawberries and all that. It was cool. Alright, well, I'm gonna give this back to her, I'll be right back. You want to eat it? Yeah, no, it's just, it's a, I'm not going to say the name because it's a one place, like, it's a name that's just one place, as far as I'm aware, not even, like, a franchise, so if I say the name, like, solidly dox yourself. But it's just a candy shop or whatever. Um, and so while we were doing, like, a little tourism thing we were doing earlier today, you know, we popped in there on the way out, and they had a bunch of stuff, like, you get, like, strawberry rope, which is basically, like, licorice with a, I don't know what the filling in the middle of that is. Oh, it's got like a filling in the middle of it. But they do it where it's like that long. They have like your Twizzlers that are like this wide around, so it's like this Twizzler cord. And then a whole bunch of really cool stuff. I don't have too much of the sweet tooth. For me, we had gone and gotten Italian food for lunch. And it was definitely one of those things I was eating much earlier in the day than I normally do, so I got about halfway through my Italian food, had the box arrest, which was just a tragedy. It'll still be good the second time around, but it won't be as good. Oh, good. Beta blockers. You know, actually, you know what? We could try those beta blockers before we go to bed. See if that makes a difference. Because normally the thing people would do with beta blockers in this game is they'd pop beta blockers when they go to fight a bunch of zombies so their characters wouldn't panic. And people used to whine about that to no end in the early game, because your character would walk up and see like 5 or 6 zombies and freak out. They'd be like, oh, it's not realistic. I wouldn't freak out that bad. I'm like, I don't know. If I saw my next door neighbor and they got, you know, they were coming up and there's a big chunk of their head missing and they started like lumbering towards me with all like their guts hanging out and everything, I think I would freak out. I think it would definitely, absolutely freak out. I think, honestly, freaking out would be the appropriate response. I genuinely feel like if you're the kind of person who didn't freak out about that, you would probably be one of the first people to get bitten and die. Because you wouldn't be taking the threat nearly as seriously as you probably should. Right, because, like, you'd also be sitting there, like, thinking it's like, okay, you know, zombie lore and, like, video games and movies and all that's like, oh, you gotta worry about being bitten. Well, okay, but maybe basic fluid transfer of, like, getting their blood on you is enough. It's an infectious disease. Maybe just being around it and the zombie, like, hacking and coughing a little bit's enough to get you. We don't know. It's a freaking plague. So I feel like you'd have a whole bunch of people who would just make very unsafe assumptions about it and get themselves killed right away. That actually could have gotten bad. Probably wouldn't have died to it or whatever, but could have gotten skinned knee or whatever. Let's deal with this one. Alright, so we need to drink our water. And we go ahead and shovel down a quarter of a container of oats. Yeah, no, that's actually one of the that's actually one of the stories that's a common repetition in zombie lore in stuff I actually can get behind. It's not even just zombie lore, like end of the world kind of scenarios that I can get behind. Where, you know, whatever the disaster is, and then you've got someone who has like some kind of medication they genuinely need. And then, you know, just being like, okay, well, that's not right. So I'm pretty sure they got the Z level wrong in that trash can. And that trash can's actually probably this tile, but a floor above me. Maybe this tile and a floor above me. And they got it wrong here as well. It's their forbidden no loot trash cans. We haven't had that problem as many times. The one we've seen in the past a lot with the map issues is you'll have like a toilet or whatever, and it'll actually be on that side of a wall versus this side of wall. So you'll be walking by the house, and from the inside of the house, it looks okay. Because the wall's like transparent because of where you're at. But then you walk to the outside of the house, and you just see the toilet sitting outside in the yard. Aw, yeah, first military backpack. Oh, and our character's gonna start freaking the hell out from all the zombies rhythmically pounding on the walls. Taking that scratch-off ticket. Okay, so while they pound away at that, we did get a military backpack. We're gonna do a quick, like, little exchange of stuff around. Then go down here, put you in my secondary hand. There's gonna be a massive upgrade in our backpack. Now, before we drop the backpack, we want to make sure there's no zombies coming because of the tent. So drop you. Unequip you. Where are you? And attach to the bottom. Cool. And just like that, we have massively, massively, massively increased the amount we can carry. Come on through. Makes me wonder what that key we got was for. Oh, we might have gotten the key for the front security bench. Or security booth, whatever. But what are you doing, man? Don't do a little dance in the bush. Get over here. Oh Lord, they coming. Things have escalated slightly. Alright, let's back off. Kill whatever manages to keep up with us. What probably happened was we got close enough, we probably aggroed the next floor down, and they came up to greet us. Hang on. Give me those antidepressants. Oh, hey. I didn't realize you were on my side of the fence. About to turn my back on you. It doesn't look like very many managed to keep up. Okay. Yeah, so in reality, if we weren't just goofing off being like, hey, let's clear what we can of the military base, this would be the time we would leave because we've got the stuff we want. There's actually not... Loot-wise, there's nothing else here I wanted. We got our Alice, we got our angled flashlight, and we got our military backpack. But we're here. Let's go look at the secret military base. Got a lot of regular folk in there? Yeah, like a real military base. A real military base does have a lot of support staff. They're all still usually military, but they're usually not, you know, decked out in like their full military garb and all that. You're typically not going to have the person who's going to be like brushing the toilet, staying in uniform the whole time. Like at least in like a research facility. Like it's different if like we're on an army base where you're just there to be ready should the army need to be deployed or whatever, and training and yada yada. Alright, so we can sit down for a minute. Especially if you're doing, like, advanced research and all that, the researchers are probably not coming through a military pipeline necessarily. Okay, so we're getting a little nauseous because I am just sitting among corpses. I'm honestly surprised we're getting cold. I will swap the boots. We stomped at some zombies with it. I appreciate that the one of the military people has Tabletop RPG's 1993 September edition. So we found the military base person who was playing. Right. We woke up having a nightmare, so my character's already drowsy again. That's fine. We can just go back to the security check booth, go back to sleep, wake up having another nightmare. The tent really does ruin so much about it. Because it makes places like this, you have to kind of come and go. Which it's way out of the way from anywhere. Or I've got to, like, transport a bed or something into that security booth and go to sleep in there. Oh, you know I'm betting the other weapons we can use for? That's right. That's a meta event. I was like, there was something else I could use a webbing for, and I remember it was really cool. Yeah, so that means my flashlight then. How about a sleeping bag? The sleep... yeah, so sleeping bag is the same thing as far as my knowledge is that it's sleeping outside that's the penalty, but apparently using a sleeping bag or using the tent seems to trigger sleeping outside even when you're not actually outside. And I'll catch up on that thing. Let's see, in the new build, where would you say is the best base location or perhaps your favorite? So I can't speak much about like build 42.2 yet. I've checked out some of the towns, but we haven't like really dug into comparing base building locations and yada yada. So unfortunately I can't answer that question honestly. But there's definitely been a lot of improvement, or with a lot of sorry, I'm trying to like juggle thoughts. There's definitely been a lot of areas that have like really improved, like the 3 mansions making the one big mansion. I don't know if it's a good base, but it looks like it'll be a pretty cool base to stay at the one giant mansion now. A lot of the places, their like gas stations got to be dolled up to be a lot nicer. A lot of the towns look really nice. Historically, I still think one of my favorite places to stay is the gas station on the north end of Lake Fallis, by the water. I didn't get a chance to get a good look at that since it's changed. One general thing for me personally... Oh, come on, wake up, man. Like, during the day, it takes forever for you to get to a panic. And then at night, you just panic immediately. You're killing me, man. But yeah, I generally am not someone who approaches a lot of them and like, oh, that's a good base place, or that's a whatever place, whatever base place and all that stuff. Just generally speaking, like any place could be a good base. You just gotta clear the zombies out from around. I'd actually say the only bad bases. I was gonna say the only bad bases are like really big buildings can be a problem, or places that are just really inconvenient for anything. So, for example, I had someone ask, "Is like, why do people want to go to the military base? You know, that seems like not a great place to base. Like, oh, no one goes to the secret military base to base from it. It's an awful place to base. This might genuinely be like the worst place in the entire map to base from. There's no like lakes or rivers or anything like that remotely nearby. You could certainly do trapping and all that. You could do farming and all that, but you're going to be clearing a bunch of area to make that all work. The location is huge. And sure, once you clear the zombies out of the military base properly, you'd probably have like no thing. Yeah. And when it comes to like commuting in and out, as you're saying, like, for those who don't know, the military base is way down here. This is all this windy dirt road that's mostly overgrown with trees. It takes you the better part of a day to navigate that, because there's just so many trees. You got some place that have pre-built stuff? Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Honestly, like, just going through the various garages and basements, you can find most of the like starting equipment. I think the hardest one to locate is like the blacksmithing stuff. It's a little spotty to find, but even that's not that bad now. So I feel like having a set, this is where I'm going to base from, in a lot of cases, unless it's something you're trying to do that's kind of like exotic, as it were. Again, like basing someplace like here, the prison, the mall, you know, a specific, like, school or something. It's kind of whatever. Can you build your own blacksmithing stuff? Yeah. Yep. Like, when you look at it, you've got all this stuff in here. You got, like, all your blacksmithing stuff. So, not only can you do that, you've got, like, an advanced furnace, a regular furnace, the grindstone, a dome kiln, a simple forge, a simple furnace. Like, there's different tiers to all this. Like, that's kind of one of the things they did with this build, is they really, really did expand the crafting a lot. There's a catch-22 of that. In a lot of ways, the crafting got massively expanded, and this is information that's slightly out of date. This would be more like build 42.16. That was the last time I messed with the crafting in a meaningful way, is around that build. I'm not sure if it's specifically that build. But, like, you'd put all the work in it, but then the durability of the weapons was kind of similar to what it was when there wasn't all that work involved. And it was a whole big frustration. I hear it's better, but I haven't gotten a chance to go through it all yet. Okay. But yeah, no, there's a lot of cool places to base from. Honestly, I think one of the favorite bases I've seen, like, I didn't do this myself, but one of the favorite bases I've seen, and this is from multiplayer, and it was the old Rosewood Motel, but the new one looks like it'll be the same experience, was people setting up their base at, like, the motels where each person got their own hotel room of the hotel. And then you had, like, the common, you know, crafting, food storage, whatever, in the middle part of the motel. And I thought that was pretty slick. I want to say, and this would be the old Riverside, I can't speak of it now. There used to be one of the, like, the Riverside Motel kind of made a U shape. And then in the middle of it, it wasn't a lot of tiles, it was like 9 or 10 tiles or something like that. But there's a little, like, greenery spot in the middle of the parking, in the middle of the hotel. And so I remember seeing people where what they were doing is they were, like, having all the motel rooms for everyone, and then in that mill spot, they would just grow cabbage or whatever, and they had a bunch of rain barrels and all that garbage. And it could be pretty cool, but that's a multiplayer thing. I think for solo, it wouldn't be nearly as good. So they are going back into the building after I got them pulled out. I'm suspecting there's something making a lot of noise in the front of that building, which I'm curious what that could even be, because the power's off. I mean, it could be a radio. It could be a radio with the volume max and it's not out of battery yet. No, one, I haven't killed a zombie in there yet. And watch alarms are not that loud. The area watch alarm covers is actually fairly small. But they're definitely distinctly being pulled back into that building. Yeah, like you can see where those ones just turned back to go back inside. There is something making a lot of noise in there. I mean, I'm seeing rats running out of here. It could also be that maybe that there's just a bunch of rats now. Did I need to kill the rat? Nope. Did I kill the rat? Yep. Because I know the default settings now is that they follow animal sounds. And that could be it, is that there are animals in there now. Okay. Okay. How strange did zombies bang at things that attract more zombies? If I remember correctly, I thought it did. Like, it's not a super loud sound in all things considered, but I believe it does. It's just a relatively quiet sound as far as the game's concerned. Yeah, so if you have like a zombie banging on a door, you'll notice a tendency for more zombies to bang on the door. If you have zombies banging on windows, you have a tendency to have more zombies banging on windows. Like, it's not loud enough where, like, if there's a radio nearby, the radio will end up drawing them away. If you're out there slapping a bunch of zombies with a wrench like I'm doing, that's gonna end up drawing them away. Well, here they come for another round. Alright, so we got ourselves a canteen. That'll be nice. Oh, I need you to stop aggroing out to me for a minute. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, what'd you have on you? And nothing. Are you done aggroing for 2 seconds so I can back off? Alright, did we clear the backyard yet? What's happening here is we're getting to the point where the corpses are going to be a bit too much in the area. No, there's still some back there. Alright, honestly, this is not a terrible spot. It's still bad smell, but bad smell's pretty mild. Okay. Then go till the muscle strain goes away. And then we'll get back to it. Okay. Let's go deal with our straggler back here. Because unfortunately, we still have a lot of zombies wandering around in this area. Eventually, if we get lucky, I'll have enough of, like, a gap around the building that'll be able to sleep out here somewhere and not have to go the whole way around. That's the reason I was kind of peeking around the back, is to see if I could get lucky and find, like, a corner back there, someplace I could chill. Because genuinely I could set up over here plenty far away. But most likely there'll be zombies who'll see me and come through to come after me. It sucks you're dealing with, like, PC problems. The weather's not letting you actually get it sorted out. I don't think we actually checked a lot of these military bodies. Oh, yeah, we actually got those. There goes another rat. Yeah, so I think what we might be dealing with is I think there might actually be a rat infestation inside the military base there. Because we've already had 2 or 3 rats come out of the building, and the zombies just weirdly keep going back into the building. So my guess is there's just a bunch of rats in there making a whole lot of noise. And the zombies are just aggroing back to the rats again and again and again. Okay. Muscle strength's gonna be a big problem. Because they've way overcommitted there. Alright, we're walking away. I've overcommitted pretty badly. They're probably pushing really close to high exertion. Gonna get out of here as best we can and deal with this on the other side. Because I might have to fight a zombie or two before we can get to sleep. Okay. In the meantime, grab the water bottle. Have another sip. Now, one thing we can do is now we can carry around a canteen. And one of the nice things about the canteen is you can hook it up on your belt and still have the reduced carry weight and be able to sip from it. Now, the downside is the canteens are a little bit smaller than your typical water bottle. They're like the 600 or 800 milliliters versus the liter that is a regular bottle or whatever it is. Yes, a canteen is 900 milliliters versus 1, so I miss 100 milliliters. But for the convenience of having the reduced weight is not too shabby. Now, it does cost you another place to put a weapon, which kind of sucks, but, you know, it's not a bad trade-off. Okay, so the pain went away. Doesn't look like I have anyone following me. Okay. Alright, could you use the stream to sleep? Gotcha, no, that's no problem. There is a lot of people who wind down in the evening watching the stream, and that is a-okay. That is not... It's not like it's not something I have intended the stream to be used for. Alright, so... Cool. If we hear a zombie, we run down this way. Because then we have a pretty good chance of shoving our way through and being okay. I was going to take the beta blocker before we went to bed. Honestly, we did get a full night's sleep, though. Time-wise, we got a good, like, almost 6 hours. And Product Zomboid, that is a solid sleep. Okay. So what we could do here is let's top off our water from our buckets. And I think what we'll do is we'll take the wrench, I'll put it back there. And I'll attach the canteen onto my left side. Actually, change my mind. Let's You can go on the left side. Unequip you. Remove it from the belt. Attach it to the right side. And then attach you to the left side. That way in a fight I do grab it from like the side I intend to. There's so much I didn't have to drag these over. Okay, and that's that one. That apparently made it disappear. And instead put it on the ground. This requires me to go find the bucket again. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Let's probably grab ourselves... Drop off our lottery ticket. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves another ball-peen hammer. So I have another spare weapon. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. I've been playing a lot of Product Zomboid lately, but also plays a whole mess of other games, simulation, strategy, all that stuff. Good times over there. It's like one of the channels I spend the most time in after I end stream for myself, because Sim quite often will be on around the time I'm winding down for the night. So definitely someone to check out after stream. And again, I've been playing a lot of Product Zomboid and all that stuff. I'm doing pretty good. Had a nice day. Like, didn't necessarily sleep super great last night, but Toom and I went out for like a nice lunch and went to like do a little tour thing and all that, and then kind of made up for the lack of sleep by coming home and taking a nap, and then, you know, woke up, popped on stream. We're doing the super secret military base that's all sweaty and try hard. We've not gone to the nasty part yet. Woke up to the Florida heat? Yes. Yep. You walk outside and it feels like genuinely oppressive. Like the world itself is just trying to like grind you down under its thumb. I'm just gonna eat this stuff that's going stale before it rots, not because I really need it, but, you know, on principle. Florida be like that in August? Yep. June, July, August. Around September is when it starts to flip over. But once you get into October, it's when you find they're like, the air is breathable again. I don't feel genuinely miserable. This must feel like a light workout. Oh yeah. No, if people remember because I've done the military base twice on 16 times pop. So like genuinely this one, we drove the whole way, like no stopping the whole way right to here. On 16 times pop, I think it got to around here, and it was just a meat grinder of like tug of war back into this like whole corridor here. That we spent multiple in-game months on 16 times pop just trying to push our way in. Don't forget to check the bags. Yeah, the problem is like how on earth I'm going to spot the bags. And for the record, on this area, the zombies won't generally have much in the way of loot in the military bags. The military bag is the loot. Just like you'll notice all these Alices. The Alice is the prize. I do know I saw at least one large backpack. And to be fair, I have a large a military backpack and a spare military backpack. There's really not much point in having extras after that. I usually will just drop them all on the ground so I can find them later. I haven't been doing that for a lot of the other things. I got, like, military knee pads. Unfortunately, with the consideration of comfort and insulation, they're not worth using. You're just gonna get yourself hurt. It's the unfortunate reality with, like, a lot of the armor. The moment you start seeing, like, the little heat-up icon over there, you're wearing too much. That the benefit of the defense is going to be less meaningful than the risk of being overheated, constantly losing hydration and risking getting to the overheating point to, getting sunstruck and getting the massive, massive attack speed penalty. Like, you get sunstruck, if you're in the middle of a fight, you just killed your character. Like, the penalty's just so wildly severe. Like, 30% or something like that. And cutting your attack speed down that much in the middle of the fight means you're just gonna botch your timing and get grabbed. There's a hydration backpack. Oh. I'll drop that on the ground because you don't see those very often, so I might grab it on the way out. Probably not gonna wear it. Where's my face? Let's see, you've been to Florida a few times, always in July. Compared to what we have here, it's a nice summer. It's like 103 here before the heat index, with no rain for the past 26. Wouldn't say it's better for 2 weeks. Yeah, to give you an idea, last year in Florida, our heat index got to 124 on one day. That isn't to be like, oh, we have it worse or anything like that. July is relatively, like, that's before the Florida summer's properly gotten itself going. Oh, the way you can tell a bag by not going into it? We'll find a zombie with a bag and I'll show you. But, it's just with our humidity as ridiculously high as it gets. It could be just no relief. Because what ends up happening is when the humidity is high enough, you just sweat and nothing happens. Like, you get no relief. You just sweat and sweat and sweat, and all you do is get wet and gross. So, like, this Alice, if it had something in there, we would see it here. It would be listed underneath. We could probably do to demo it. Yeah, so what I could probably do to demo it here is let's just grab this bra. We're going to chuck it in there. You see there's a bra in that bag. What I can do is I can mouse over this, and if you look right over there on the left, you'll actually see that item in the first spot right beneath the water, even though weirdly it changed to be a white bra instead of a black one. But yeah, so you just mouse over it, and it'll list the first couple of items in there. So you can take a peek at it that way. So like that's got a compass in it. We can take a peek, and it's got a compass in it. The duffel bag here is empty. Well, I will grab that last bag. I do not believe we're going to grab more large bags than that, because that's enough that I can have my large bag on my back, or sorry, military bag on my back, and a military bag in both hands. And once you've done that, you've maxed out the, you know, the number of military bags you can carry. Technically, there is an argument for carrying more, just for the point of using the car seat cheese strategy, where you can load everything up into a bag and then put it into the car seat, and as long as you put just the bag in there, you can use that to maximize your carry weight. I don't like doing that, because it blocks the seat, where if something goes wrong and you need to climb out of your car, you can't, because there's a big bag in the way. And quite often when you're talking about that much of overburdened, you won't be able to pick up the bag while you have your own bag, because the bag's full and will exceed your maximum carry weight. But it is a cheesy tactic you can do with, like, especially like the four-door cars and all that, where you have your one seat you're sitting in, you got the entire back. Sorry, well, you're sitting in the seat with your backpack and anything you can carry, and you can get like really cheesy and put a backpack in both hands, and have a backpack on your back, and then each of your other 3 seats, put a backpack that's loaded up into it. And then go to the trunk of the car and load it up as well. As I mentioned before, there's not really anything else here for me. We'll want to take that key. Key to question mark. Alright. So this so far looks the exact same as I remember. Oh no, it's not exact same. They've got, that wasn't there. The U.S. Army no trespassing signs weren't here the last time. Alright, now we back out. We made some noise inside there. So we've poked the hornet's nest. Really psyching them out. So we're pushing well into out of breath, which we shouldn't be doing. Especially not a dangerous place like this. There's the pain coming on. There's apparently a car key on the ground there. That's high exertion. We stop. There goes another rat scurrying off. Ooh, where did you two come from? I don't like that at all. I just realized I have had my alarm off this whole time, so we have not been listening to the radio the whole time. Well, that's interesting. With it on the webbing, I can't choose the radio's device options. At least not from that area. That's kind of annoying. That kind of really kills the value of putting on the webbing. Hammer, could I put you on the belt? So is it still playing or not? I honestly don't know. Because that's kind of what I want, is I could turn on the radio, have it in the webbing right there. So I can still use my two-handed weapons. It does say it's on. I haven't seen the buzz or anything. Okay. Yeah, so it's definitely not playing the radio for me. That's pretty upsetting. That's kind of the whole plan. Meanwhile, grab you and attach you to the left, since we broke our other weapon. Okay. So it looks like we're good. Turn our radio off. So remove it from there. I'm trying to remember where else you could put that. Can I put that on my side? Attach belt right. Attach webbing left. Let's see how that works. Because my hope there is by shuffling that around, we'll be able to still drink from our canteen without having to juggle around all our stuff. No, it doesn't look like you can use that from the belt or whatever. Alright, so that means the radio doesn't do me any good being there, so I'm just going to chuck that back on the Alice. There's no real benefit of it being there. I'll attach the ball-peen hammer on the right. We got our weapons ready. Now, I might get sleepy early today just because I had to walk that far at high exertion the whole time. But definitely hit our fatigue pretty hard, I would assume. Let's mop up the stuff that was following us and work our way back into the building. Okay. Yeah, and I don't know. We got one unlabeled key and a key that has a question mark next to it. I'm assuming the question mark key is for the actual building here. And the way this game works, typically when it comes to keys, is a key operates the entire building. So it's not like individual prison cells have their own keys or anything like that. You would just get the prison key and magically the entire prison is available to you. Yes, have CD player, so I don't care about that. Let's see, you ran on an actual track for the first time since sophomore year in high school, a bit over 5-ish years. Your legs are jello now, but you miss that feeling. Yeah. I used to be really good about doing stuff to keep in shape and all that when I was in school, like constantly being involved in stuff. Then I got desk job, and then that didn't happen as much. Thank you for the 45 stream streak, Lardine, I appreciate that, as well as thank you for the 7 stream streak. TK, I appreciate that as well. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Doesn't look like I did miss any other stream streaks, so thank you so much for the stream streaks. And if I did, I apologize. It is the thing I mentioned that one of the reasons I don't play super much Product Zomboid anymore is when I'm doing anything that requires, like, any meaningful amount of fighting and all that. It's just a game where one hit can kill you. So survival means full focus on the game. Which unfortunately means by that nature, there's kind of like you peek at chat when able. No, there's going to be pretty big gaps in between that. I was gonna do a cross country in your junior year, but got COVID right at the start of the tryouts. Cardio hasn't been the same since. Trying to work back up. Yeah, I've known a number of people who are very, very fit who got COVID and end up with long COVID, where like their breathing is still not quite up to it, or their energies are still not quite up to what they were, and stuff like that. Genuinely, it's taken a pretty bad hit on them. And I've known some who've had that, and that, over time it's gone away. But, like, not a short-lived thing. Let's get rid of this zombie, and we're gonna go over here and rest for a minute, because we're probably getting close to exerted. Let's see, you used to track, you used to love running, then you hit puberty and it got real uncomfortable real quick. I understand. I've known people. I understand. Eat some more oats. Put away your book. Something I wanted to check is before we go back in. We did gain, what was it, 3 different levels in skills while we were out here? Because we gained a level in our short blend skill, putting it up to 4. We got our maintenance up to 6. That just leveled. I want to say we got a point in fitness. That puts us up to 3. Our strength is at 4, so we're making really good progress. And it doesn't seem like that's necessarily that much. Those couple of levels will make a difference in, like, how long you can stay in fighting by a very significant margin. Yeah, I'm seeing more and more rats running around. I think the military base is infested by rats. How good's the ball? Yeah, that ball peen hammerhead's in good shape. I think you did it the day before a 10-hour shift. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, for people who want the best backpacks in the game, this is the place you go where you will pretty much guarantee yourself the best backpack in the game. Even on the like really low population settings, really bad loot settings. There is enough zombies here that are military. You will find one. It might take you a minute, but you will find one. The other place to check is the military checkpoint right in front of Louisville. You'll pretty consistently get it there as well. We should back off because of the exertion again. Brandenburg checkpoint has a lot of military Zeds out. Also, I haven't actually been over there that much. But yeah, no, Louisville checkpoint's good. Brandenburg might be good and all that. This place is like... This place, I would not call it good. You will get it if you stay here and clear. But it's definitely way out of the way, and it's definitely a sweaty place. Versus like, yeah, the Louisville checkpoint can get a bit sweaty. Certainly. But also at the same time with like the Louisville checkpoint, like there's a lot of room to maneuver a lot of ways into it and everything between like the holes in the fences and all that, which could kind of really help with the worst of that. We need to go. We're sick. Sick is fine. Fever is not. I mean, sick is not fine. Sick is dangerous. Fever is potentially death, so we need to get away from the bodies. Unfortunately, the body trails go the whole way out, so we are now actually jogging, which is something you see me very rarely do. We're going to run all the way to the place out here, where we've been sleeping, because I absolutely need to get out of here, because one of the things you gotta watch with this sick is the distance from, like, good to queasy, queasy to nauseous, and nauseous to sick. Each time it gets shorter from one to the other. So going from sick to feverish is actually very short. And like I said, if you go feverish, it can be potentially lethal. Alright, you need to die now, zombie. I got places I gotta be. What I don't need is your corpse in the room where I'm trying to rest. And going inside, we see where it was like, up, you know, it stinks. That went away. Well, it's interesting that the canteen has a condition to it. I never noticed that before. I wonder what that actually affects. Just stuck in the trees? I've done it. If you remember the one time we had, that zombie just went right by there just a second ago. We had a run that we were actually pushing the military base in 16 times pop, but it's up here on this, like, on this curve right up here, right over there on the top right. And I built, like, a little cabin there, like a little wood box with a door and everything. And I thought I got it to the point where it was considered inside. And that was build 41 before we had the thing to be like, oh yeah, it stinks and all that stuff. Feeling rough because taking a nap. Well, I hope you feel better. I hope you have a good nap and you feel better. I appreciate the lurk and hanging out and all that stuff, but I really do hope you feel better. It's not a good time to feel sick. So I'm gonna try and go until like the nauseous drops off. And again, check out Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic. Usually starts their stream, you know, around the time I'm wrapping up a little bit before that. I know Dua's gone, because I was probably in the middle of fighting a whole bunch of stuff, so I asked if someone could do it, but I was, like, in the middle of stuff to do it myself. It is one of the big downsides of Project Zomboid, is just, like, the only way you could do is, like, pause. Like, full-on pause, because stuff is gonna happen. Alright, so unfortunately, because we spent a bit of time overexerted. Alright, so we're going to try this because I mentioned trying it a couple of times. I kept forgetting. We're going to take a beta blocker. I mean, a lot of people are lurking. We don't need to call other people out. I don't pay my mods because I don't have the money to do it. I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night. I know it. Yep. You woke up right around the exact time that's going to be like maximum darkness. That's fine. I've kind of accepted I'm dealing with that because of the tent shenanigans. I think the beta blocker did help. It went quite a long time before we started getting panicked, so I think we just delayed. Don't be waiting right at the window. Alright, so let's go to our truck, top off our water. But yeah, I know people are lurking. Like, we don't have any obligations. Like, I don't want mods getting called out for not like being on top of it or whatever. Like, everyone's doing their stuff. It's a volunteer thing. The broken shovel handle actually works pretty well. A lot of the other stuff is kind of crap when it comes to, like, your broken sticks and all that. You can certainly kill zombies with it. Like, it's okay, especially if you're begging for weapons. It can be possible. All right. So frustrating. Where is my canteen? So my canteen's there. Okay, so with that, I can drop the bucket back. I don't need to deal with anything else there. We didn't go and pull our water bottle out of our bag, so we never dipped into the water bottle. Okay, and our flashlight battery is actually holding up pretty good. We're going to use a lot of it tonight, because I'm going to be walking around until it's bright. I'm going to keep fighting and all that, which is probably not the smartest play, but the alternative is to sit here in my little cabin, in the dark, unable to see. With the windows all busted out. So it still feels dangerous. Yeah, no, I haven't been here since Build 42. I know that when they add a bunch of depth to it, I think we may have come up to, like, this area of here, but we didn't properly go in there. How deep have you gone so far? We haven't gone that deep. We're still fighting. Like, we've gone in the building, but it is one of those things that we step in the building, and then the swarm of zombies comes out, and then we clean it up, and then we go in the building, and then the swarm of zombies comes out. That we're clearly pulling the zombies from the floor below us. So we'll just keep doing that until the swarm of zombies stop coming out. Most likely I'll go inside the building when that happens, and I'll blow the whistle a bunch of times to bring everything that's in the building that's spawned in up and out. And then once we do that, we go down a floor, we repeat the process, and we keep doing that till we can actually clear down in there. Yeah, as far as the equipment gains, there's nothing left for us here. I mean, there's probably guns somewhere inside the base and all that, but I might not even collect them. Guns are just really, really heavy. Oh yeah, the electricity is long gone. Even if we got, like, maximum luck on how long the electricity is out, or past the window it can be on. Like, if we beeline straight here from the beginning, you could definitely go in here and clear it before the power drops. But, you know, we get ourselves set up. in Rosewood and all that. Okay, we should have a broken handle here. There you go. And so with the early build 42 metal baseball bats, overtook crowbars for your satisfaction. Yeah, no, the metal baseball bats are definitely solid. I do think for like being an actual weapon, I do think they're the better weapon. That was an interesting miss. Okay. Oh, right, there was the keys in the ground I kept walking by. You like to collect the dog tags? You had a run where you had like 20 keychains filled with them. Yeah, no, it's good to have things to collect to keep it interesting. The dog tags is never one I've gone for. Like, I've gone for stuff like friendship bracelets and dolls and all sorts of stuff like that. I think part of it's there's just not that many different zombies that you can find the dog tags on. Versus the friendship bracelets can be a pretty wide range of zombies. Sure, like the college students and all that have the kind of the highest chance. But it's not exclusively them. I don't want to... I need to remember not to go down to the left there where I've been trying to rest when I don't have a bunch of stuff on it. Now I've got a place to get away from the bodies. Okay. As you probably noticed, the zombies on the other side of this fence to my right here, they'll quite often aggro and walk in. Basically, there's a window on that side that connects this main area here, that then they can walk their way around to this side. So you're kind of pulling them through the building. Okay. Would you, like, stop aggroing for 2 seconds? Okay, so I don't want to be, like, all the way back. So we can get it down just killing a couple more, and then I can duck to the left there and rest. Keep aggroing more and more. Alright, we back. I was really kind of hoping to stay in it, but we got it back. We're going to be very, very close to high exertion. We got random zombies on this side. I think it's bugging out, because I keep seeing them get stuck here, and I think what's happening is they're trying to path through it, and they are bugging through that spot of the fence, because we keep seeing 2 zombies right there again and again that we keep killing. And I do think it is just the zombies on the outside bugging through that one spot of fence. That's okay. What we could probably do is we might be able to get back to the closet, chuck down our tent, and get to sleep and wake up again during the day. Versus, like, fighting in the nighttime. Yeah, no, we did the military checkpoint on 16 times Pop at Louisville. We did take the time to grab every single large backpack and drop on the ground. We had, like, over 100 large backpacks by the time it was all said and done because of a bug that caused the zombies to be able to hear us way farther than they're supposed to. Now your alarm will wake you up? Yeah, no, that's fine. We've already had a pretty good sleep. I think your character only woke up at like 11:30 midnight. I'm mostly just trying to get it so we're not at nighttime. So even if we get just a tiny bit of sleep and then wake up in a panic attack in like 5 minutes. Well, anytime I want to wake up is good now. And go here. Secondary. Turn that on. Okay. Get ourselves a little water and check about some extra weapons. Impulsively collect bags. Okay. So it shouldn't be too much longer until we start seeing some of these bodies disappear. Because we've been going at this for a good couple of days now. And what spare weapons do we have here? Cool, we are set on short blunt weapons. Okay, so we got our ball peen hammer, then I got claw hammer as a backup. So we can get back in there. I was like a storage on the Alice. Let's put our book in the Alice. Our fishing line can go on the Alice. The fishing pole can go on the Alice. The whetstone can go on the Alice. Basically, just taking a bunch of this stuff and putting it on the Alice for like all of our general carry it with us tools and all that, with the main backpacks just for like food and water and weapons and stuff that's going to be like heavy. With the zombie chasing us, I want to not be looking the other way to open a new soda. While potentially being chased by zombies and all that. And thank you, Coppereek, for the 155 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Crates, but also pretty clever. Yeah, you can do it. I always find for like long-term organization, having a ton of backpacks to be annoying and all that stuff. But what I usually found is I would just put a bunch of crates or shelving units. And like for the shelving units, I would put whatever is in that shelving unit. And thank you, Flex, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, so like what I'll do is I'll make like the shelving, like counter shelf kind of things that carry 65. Which is a very high volume for one section of shelf. But I'll go ahead and take those And what I'll do is, like, if I have the one and it's like, okay, this one's got all my short blunt weapons. Cool. I will then go and I will put a broken short blunt weapon on the top of the shelf. That way I can look at it and be like, cool, that is the shelving unit for all my short blunt weapons. You know, and then I'd repeat that with a bunch of different categories and yada yada. Hey you. What you got there, friend? Looks like you got a little something on your back. Just a gradual, like, M16 assault rifle. How do you organize your guns? What are guns? Why would I grab those? But genuinely, I usually just have like a couple of boxes. I just chuck all the guns in there. And broadly speaking, my typical approach to guns in Project Zomboid is if I end up in a place that's got a bunch of them, I'll carry the ammo into some boxes or whatever. And then if I know like I'm going to be doing something that's going to not really be like sneaking around at all, like normal fight stuff where I want to be extra loud, so you know, the helicopter day or whatever, I'll usually just grab a bunch of boxes of one of the types of ammo, you know, and just go out blasting while we're waiting for the helicopter. Yeah, no, the remote bombs and all that, honestly, like the bombs, the Molotovs, the pipe bombs, they can do work. I generally have found them to be pretty underwhelming and honestly very dangerous to yourself. The throwing of stuff in Project Zomboid is still real janky. Like, it's certainly improved. Yeah, no, they, like, don't get me wrong. The pipe bombs will kill stuff. Yourself included. Holy crap, yourself included. Yeah. The key just said question mark. Well, that's annoying. Because this place is a secret. Because it would be weird to find a key, and then the key have etched into it, secret military base. Fine, whatever. I actually don't really care about the duffel bag. It's weird. I swear that one had a, like, I swear you could see a duffel bag in that one, but whatever. Get over here. Yeah, and I've dropped a couple duffels on the ground. I'm mostly just taking them off the zombie buys. I actually don't intend to collect them or anything. It's kind of one of those things that's cool later when all the bodies disappear and you see, like, all the military backpacks and duffel bags and all that, like, laying everywhere. So you can kind of get a feel for just how many you find in here. It's been a long time since I've been down at this place to clear it. Yeah, so you get the idea. The assault rifle is 5.25 encumbrance, which means when I start the game, just having that in my inventory fully encumbers our character with, like, no strength and all that. It's one of the reasons I don't tend to carry the guns around very much. They're just really heavy. Which is fair, because in real life, most guns are really heavy. Damn, that gets you? It depends on your guns. Like, the assault rifles, I usually find the rifles don't keep well, but a lot of places will give you the ammo for them. Like, whenever I go to the military checkpoint by Louisville, I'm usually up to my eyeballs in the gun, or in the ammo, but I might find one or two guns that the durability ends up running out before I get through my ammo. Oh, the weight? Maybe. It definitely doesn't help. Alright, we already jammed. Assuming that's it. Yeah, I don't remember what the button was to toggle between modes. It's fine. I was mostly using it to, like, goof around for a little bit. Because I didn't want to lug a big, heavy assault rifle with me everywhere, especially with only 30 bullets in it. So I'd figure we'd use it, make a bunch of noise, draw some of the zombies out of the building and all that. Outgroups by a lot? Not really. We only killed probably 8 zombies with that. Considering most of them took like 2-3 rounds, we only had 30. Like right now we're already muscle strained, but it only take us 2 or 3 hits to kill most of these zombies when we're not muscle strained. Alright, so you have a nicer tent than I have. That we don't miss out on it. Okay. Oh yeah, getting him out of the building quicker. Yeah, that's true. That was like a big part of why I did it. It's like, okay, I've got this big heavy thing on me. It's good at making lots of noise. It's pretty good at killing things. Like, if you actually work your aim skill up, the guns will absolutely do work. Especially after Build 42 buffed them so much. Okay. So let's go here. I'll drop our tent on the ground. I'll attach their tent on the bottom of my bag. So now I've got a nicer tent. Ah, I see. Oh, that's kind of actually annoying. Try and get away from these bodies if we can. There we go. Alright, so we just gotta wait for the muscle strain. How sick are we? We're at nauseous, which is not my favorite. Yeah, so when we did clear the jam, it did give us the bullet back. So we technically have one more bullet for that rifle. How goes lemongrass? It's okay. I probably should use it with having it on my person and having any sickness. The thing to keep in mind with lemongrass when it comes to helping with sickness is it's not like you can scarf down one after the next and just like bring the sickness down. You eat a thing of lemongrass and then you are under the effect of lemongrass, so it's kind of like a buff. Eating a second one just doesn't do anything but like reset the timer kind of deal. So eating 10 lemongrass or eating 1 lemongrass makes no real difference. But eating a lemongrass does mitigate corpse sickness and food poisoning, since it works the same way under the hood. Yeah, so they brought a lot out. Alright, Bassett. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, all good stuff. Alright. You pop on down here. Rest again for a minute to get rid of that muscle strain. Okay. Oh yeah, and for the kill count, we're at 2,517. and climbing. It's one of those things that as we gain more and more weapon skills, the rate we can kill stuff will just accelerate more and more. I used to keep mods that would show me, like, what the average number of zombies I was killing per day is, how many I killed in the last day, like that. You know, just a bunch of, like, extra number stuff. And yeah, as a thing, like, at the beginning of the game, you know, on a good day, you get, like, 50 kills or so. For 0 to hero, I mean. And then as the run goes on, you'd climb up to somewhere around 700 is usually about where it would average out. Because you have those days you can kill like 1400 plus, but then you have days where you have to like deal with food and all that you'd end up having far fewer. All right. Clean up the last 2 or 3. Okay. Now just scooch on over here, give ourselves another rest real fast. And little by little we get our carpentry book done. Our skills continue to climb. And we're drowsy again. Found some more car keys. Okay. Yeah, the run's going good. Been slowly working our way through our checkpoint. Too bad there isn't a quick action to take the keys in the keyring instead of all menuing. Yeah. It's almost like it would be a pretty cool thing if instead of having to go through a bunch of menus that, I don't know, we could make the functionality based on context. Where you could right-click on something contextually and then left-click on the option. And it would allow for a shortcut that means not navigating through 30 menus. Huh. That's a really novel idea. That almost sounds like good UI design. Because then you can avoid all the clutter by cramming it into all the crafting menu stuff. Oh no, that's a mistake. That's where we got it wrong. I need to be able to walk over the corpse that I want to take the key rings off, and then pause, and then pulling up the crafting menu, and then go to the looting option, and then look for keys, and then go and grab the key. I'm being a jerk right now. But it's how I feel about a lot of the stuff where it's like, for whatever reason they want to toss it on the build or the craft menu. It's like, dude, I'm right-clicking on the corpse, just let me do it. I'm right-clicking on the wall, just let me do it. Like, don't make me dig through 30 windows to get to it. Remember when they removed right-click barricade? Oh yeah, no, they've been doing that kind of stuff since Build 42 started happening. I'm like, why are you so mad about this right-click menu? Like, don't get me wrong, there are places where you can right-click, and it becomes a lot here. And I acknowledge that. But it's kind of like, okay, well, you have one UI design that has a pain point. What if we traded out where this got a little bit busy sometimes, where it had to drop down, and then made that the replacement, which is exponentially worse? Did they ever simplify Molotovs? I don't know, I never use them. So I can't really answer it. I haven't used a Molotov since I was pretty new to the game. But some of the crafting works, but they forget that some actions are predominantly used when you're exploring and out killing things. Well, it's kind of one of those things, like, obviously for, like, building your walls and all that, yeah, put it under here. That just makes sense. But, like, when stuff is very obvious in the context, like, right-click, cut tree. We have that. Makes sense. Don't take that away. Right-click, cut, rip up the bush. We have that. Don't take that away. Right-click on a window, barricade. Don't take that away. It's right there. It makes sense. That's not something I should have to, like, go through layers. Oh yeah, no, fire is, like, super dangerous in this game. There are a lot of people who will still to this day, like, drive around, whipping their car around, killing zombies with their car, putting fires and running sirens by it, and they'll kill the zombies. Like, don't get me wrong, it takes forever for the zombies to actually die from it, and the whole time they're running around burning everything. So I heavily discourage doing it. It is a thing that makes you feel good because a whole lot of zombies die, and I mean, fire's pretty cool, but it's definitely one of those things that will backfire almost as often as it works. You'll never forget your first forest fire. I actually don't know how the fire spread is these days. I know it's gone back and forth over the years where, like, some updates, the entire universe is just kindling, and then the next update, the fire's pretty tame, and then it goes back to everything burns super fast. Like, I believe they've made it so, like, where the concrete is flammable, they've toned that down a bit. Because that was one of the ones that got people, that caught them off guard. They're like, oh, I'll just burn this place down. Like, the worst that could happen is it just burns up this one building. And then it starts burning the entire city block as it's going across the pavement. And then people try and grab the fire extinguisher, their bucket, and try and put it out. Which was always a hair above utterly useless. Because you gotta get so close to the fire to try and put it out with that. And sometimes it takes more than one go per a tile of fire. And every time it's rolling the dice to see if the fire spreads to the next tile over, which you're standing in. So, like, fire is just wicked dangerous in the game. Like I said, the safest way people do burns, which is what we call when people use fires to kill zombies, is they'll just get something like a truck with an alarm or something. Or, sorry, alarm, like a siren or something. And they will just kick off the siren. And there's no, like, right-click, stop, drop, and roll or anything like that. There's just, you catch fire and you go, well, that's the end of me. You can sometimes survive the fire, but, like, your character's practically sawdust and accelerant. Where it takes the zombies, like, a good solid couple minutes to actually die of the fire. Your character just kind of goes... And you go here, you just watch every part of you taking injuries really fast. And we're just plowing through the book real quick, because I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night again. For the first time you burn down your own base, surround self with fire after testing a Molotov. Yep. Yep. I feel like that's the way a lot of people learn to finally stop, like, just burning everything. Is they have that moment where they go to do a burn, and, you know, maybe they kill the zombies, maybe they don't. But, like, one of the zombies wanders back into their base or something they care about. So, like, they were trying to loot, you know, the West Point gun store or whatever, and the one zombie wanders off and sets it on fire, and now the entire gun store is gone. So you put all the effort in, and the place you went, like, half of it's burned out, so there's, like, no loot in there. And then you're like, okay, maybe I won't do this anymore. Huh. That's an interesting problem. It's also very frustrating, the trying to place this with the click and drag. Yeah, the dimensions are quite a bit different. I don't remember, do grenades count as fire as well, or explosions, just for pure killing? I want to say, well, I don't think there was, like, proper grenades. I thought it was pipe bombs. Unless they added proper grenades, which is entirely possible. I haven't kept up with a lot of the Build 42 stuff in that regards, because I just don't want to use fire hardly ever. There's a good chance that a zombie will come by, see the tent, and destroy it. I'm hoping this being a nicer tent won't result in our character having a panic attack. I'm going to take a beta blocker anyways. I do want our character to actually get as much of a sleep as we can. Okay, unpack the tent. Alright. I guess the weather's starting to cool off. More than expected to this time of year. Okay. So getting weather updates? Yeah, no, there's, like, again, Product Zomboid is not a game. If you're focused on realism, you're gonna hate the game. Like, it is the, you know, the most realistic Zomboid, you know, zombie simulator, but there's a lot of things for gameplay reasons that realism takes to the bin. So, like, yeah, no, I'm just getting, like, the whole thing where people are like, oh, the weather thing's still going? Yeah, no, it goes forever. people have like their own headcanon how it is like that, you know, the person running it's on some tiny little island doing the automated message, like the world has ended, but they've got like their treasure trove of supplies, and they're like, okay, well, we're gonna keep putting the signal out. That does ignore the fact that in reality, those weather forecasts are actually put together by a very large number of meteorologists all working together to get those forecasts put out, to then get it onto the radio signals that then go in there. Like, it's not truly automated in anything other than it repeats the message. But yeah. It's one of the many, many things in the game that you have to just be like, yep, doesn't matter, that's not realistic. It is fine. Because if it didn't repeat, then there'd be no reason to ever care about it. At which point, that's just kind of a thing to pursue or a mechanic that's interesting that you just would lose. Yep. Nah, this wasn't even to, like... check on the battery on our thing. Still pretty good. Not what I wanted to do. Alright. Alright, we got their attention. One of you has shooty shooty bang bang. That's a technical term for it, by the way. Like, you got all the tryhards who are like, oh, well, it's an Armalite rifle, semi-automatic, whatever. It's like, nah, man, it's shooty bang bang. That's when you know you're really in the inner circle of knowing about your guns. Not these uninformed chads. No. The chads are the ones who are like we look down on. They think they're on top, but like that's all part of the thing where you have them self-identify. It's like where you just know the lingo. You know, what's a chat? Oh, that's nothing. Isn't also a new pew? Yep. It's also those things for your silence weapon to actually be silenced. The whole time you're shooting, you just gotta go pew 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 pew, regardless of what the weapon is. Did I finish reading the book? I must have. I don't see it in here anywhere. I probably hooked it on a body. Because you always heard Chad was the cream of the crop. Yeah, that's the people who are uninformed, Chronic. That's what all the people on the like you pop on stuff like Reddit, some of these like really sketchy other platforms. They'll do all that kind of garbage. But that's just the uninformed people who think they know what they're talking about. Because if you really know what you're doing, you don't have to put someone else down or self-promote yourself. It's like the kid who goes, "I'm cool" on campus. You know who the one kid on campus who is not cool? It's the one that has to tell you they're cool. That's just the rules of cool. Just the same as someone has to walk up and be like, "I'm a Chad." Whatever they are, just absolutely not there. When do you usually start leveling your guns? So I actually don't put any intention into leveling guns, like any priority or whatever. Mostly what I do is when I just have guns sitting around, and I want to make loud noises, I make loud noises. But it isn't a deliberate decision of being like, "Oh, I've got, the appropriate amount of ammo," or, "Oh, well, I've survived 2 days," or whatever. It's just, alright, today's a loud day. So we'll grab some guns and go bang. I actually don't use the guns very often. I can't speak for how things will feel now that they kind of upped the gun spawns and gave us, the basement that's Grandpa's arsenal kind of thing going on in the game. But before that, even if you were doing a whole lot of ammunition and all that, like a whole lot of hitting the gun stores, you'd usually just burn through the ammo way faster than you could really take advantage of. That's sad. So they have an assault rifle on that zombie, but they do not have bullets for it. I'll still take it off the body when I get a moment. There's a reason I moved way to the side. Is there a working dumpster? Yeah. Can you make mines? No, so Project Zomboid isn't like 7 Days to Die. You don't build like a defensive place that has like traps and spikes and all that to like repel attacks and all that. About the closest you get is you can build walls, but there's no like deliberately damaging zombie that way. The closest you get is there is like a little fire trap thing. Nobody uses it because it's absolutely terrible. It just kind of makes a fire and all that. They've added some stuff, but it's just the intention is that you will fight the zombie. Like, there's a reason why they make it so cars, they'll kill zombies, but very often get you killed along the way. There's a reason why they make it so fire is very dangerous to use, and all that kind of stuff. And that's very much that they want you to go in there, get in up close, and throw down with some zombies. Like, it's not meant to be a thing where you can build up this huge defensive position and fortify yourself in it. Like, you can toss up some walls, the zombies will start banging on them, but they will get through those walls. Because already with the game, survival is really not that hard. And if they gave you that level of defensive position, then the surviving indefinitely becomes trivialized, and it's already easy enough. Like, once you start to learn the flow of combat, and you start learning, like, risk mitigation and all, and this isn't to be like, baby game for babies or anything like that, but, like, once you kind of get that feeling for combat down and knowing when to retreat and all that, if you play cautiously, like, I mean, we're going and we're hitting what's supposed to be one of the hardest, most dangerous places on the whole map. Now, granted, these days, you can argue that, like, Louisville as a whole is kind of up there, and there's other places on there. But it's definitely one of the competitors for, like, most dangerous places is the secret military base. Rosewood Prison's pretty high up there. The Crossroads Mall can be pretty gnarly. Like, you'll notice, I could be going back and scouting more of this place. And instead, I'm walking in the building making a racket. And it's kind of the risk mitigation. This is a very, very dangerous place. We keep doing that until not a whole lot comes out. Alright. So it's honestly looking like we might have gotten to the point that at least the zombies on these floors are mostly cleared out. So to get more zombies, we gotta go deeper. We'll have to dig a little deeper. Figure out who we are. Yep, so it made enough noise. A couple of zombies got brought in from outside, which is fine. Do you have stuck in you, man? Screwdriver.
Hey.
All right. You know, as I'm trying to stay kind of in this open area where I'm not right at a corner that I can easily be grabbed from around the corner. Okay. Alright. So we are getting some from outside coming in now. Is that a zombie stuck in the corner? No, it's a mannequin. I thought the same thing as like, why is there this mannequin here? I don't want to deal with that. Okay. Yeah, so like you saw how he didn't appear till he's already around the corner? That's just the way line of sight works with the refresh. Alright. We're getting a lot more upset zombie sounds. So I think we got far enough back. We've aggroed zombies from outside behind the building, I'm guessing? Let's take a peek out front real fast. Make sure we don't have friends happening out here. So generally what I should be doing is sitting here just continuously making more and more noise. We got a lot of pistol ammo. Like a lot of pistol ammo. Alright, so we got this front area. This hallway here is always a rough time. It's just two tight corners back to back that all the zombies in the back of the base do have to come through. It is a real dangerous corner. Case in point. And I'm deliberately drawing them back out into the big open space here, just in case they have a zombie. Come up behind me. Come on, man. There you go. It's a secret research base. And I have died in multiplayer in this area. Okay. How goes our battery, by the way? 75%, so we're still good. I hate that corner as well. There's a lot of corners like that in here. So we got a ton of guns back here. Not much ammo, unfortunately. Yeah, genuinely inside here, I'd rather use melee than a bunch of firearms. Because if we're up close and personal, we get a jam. That's it. That's it. Run's over at that point. Okay. Ooh. Let's take a little breather. We've been running around inside there. Let's walk around the other side. All in all, so far it's been the same. I know there's an area that goes farther down. And this is where I made the comment I should clear out behind it first. And that's why. This is where that fence area I mentioned earlier goes. So good news is I'm seeing no zombies down here. Probably because of all that blasting of the whistle. It's secret. How come there's so many people here? The zombie apocalypse happened. So they called everyone in. It's a video game. You look at the parking lot out front and realize they couldn't possibly carry this many people. Also, our population settings are on insane pop, so we already do have a cartoonishly higher number of people in our world than are supposed to be here. Okay. It looks like we're all clear over here. Oh, I must have not finished one off. Equipped to operate radio. Is a radio backpack. Oh, good. We can learn how to use generators. All right. Okay. So all in all, things are going relatively smoothly. Got a little spicy on the back bay there. But yeah, we did find a decent amount of firearms there. Not as much ammo as I potentially want to consider using them, but a decent amount. The downsides are getting close to going underweight. So yeah, we should go through here and keep clearing the zombies out from outside. Generally, when you're hitting places like the military base, the prison, any of these like really big buildings with like lots of windows and ways in and all that stuff, and like high pops and all that, a lot of small corners, it's usually in your best interest to clear all the zombies from the outside, because they are going to end up just coming in after you once you start making some noise in there. No. Honestly, keeping your weight up is pretty hard. You have to make stuff like butter, or you have to fish, or you have to trap. You can eat nearly like maximum full filledness on vegetables and berries and all that, and you'll almost never be able to keep your weight up that way. Like, there's a couple of exceptions where if you like really slam it with certain stuff, you can make it keep your weight up. But by and large, it's usually just not enough. Making cakes? Oh man, making cakes is hard. There's a lot of ingredients you need to make a cake in the game. And a lot of them are not easy to come by. That's kind of like the two big, like, for cooking, like, rites of passage. Is cooking a pizza and cooking a cake. All right. Very happy with the burger? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I'm trying to slam some of these things down. These are chickens around. You think the eggs stay fresh in the hutches? At least when you first get to sell? Yeah, there's also the egg sort of thing. But right, the big thing there being like there's only a couple of ways to keep your weight up. The vast majority of stuff in the game is like non-functional for that purpose. Okay, so with our oats slamming down like two whole things. Does milk rot now? Not that I've noticed. The milk cartons I'm finding still don't have a fresh tag on them. And if it doesn't have a fresh tag on it, it doesn't rot. Okay. Yeah, a lot of these zombies are still cruising back here. I probably pulled a bunch of them with the whistle shenanigans. And these are just the ones that didn't have as good of hearing, because we are using the random where it goes all the way from, like, pinpoint to poor. So not the default, but the one that covers the whole spectrum. Because the default doesn't have the highest level ones. The really important thing is, once we go to start pursuing downstairs, we really need to make sure we have the upstairs cleared. Because the real danger comes in if I'm running around down there and I've missed some zombies up top, and they aggro down, and they get kind of pinched in there. That's the place where we potentially take a death. I mean, honestly, all the cores are danger. How's weapon condition? Probably terrible. It's better than I thought it was, about 50%. Attached to the left. It's chest it's chest mounted. Just enjoying some nice cereal. Listening to my friends. And we got double up arrows. It won't last super long, but that should buy me a bit more time before I gotta worry about it. That's because it saved a bunch of the stuff that's high in carbohydrates for last. Honestly, I'm not too worried about it. We've got the fishing pole and everything, so whenever I need to deal with weight, I just go over there and do some fishing. So it's the last one I see coming from this direction. Cool. All right. Now, just in checking in case there's, like, some more tools or something in the trunk here. Really? all the cars out front, except for like one, were unlocked. But no, the 2 cars wrecked in the back are locked. Alright, so it looks like we got the outside zombies taken care of right now. Probably don't want to use the tire iron. It's very, very not great. That gives us something. Alright. Oh, interesting. That gate must be a different lock. Yeah, no, it could be a good sleep spot. It's like literally like right here. That when we did multiplayer with Sui where we were wrapping up, it's like, okay, you know, where do you want to go on the map? What's the most dangerous place you can come up with? Like, alright. There's one of these doors actually got grabbed, and then the server crashed. Like my connection to the server crashed. Rubber hose and scalpels. Yep, and then you had all those, which are like the animal cages. We spawned them in. That's what I wanted to do. We step the next floor, which spawns in the next floor. I don't think he actually managed to follow me. I should have gone down there without clearing this first. Hey, you. That could have been real bad. I need you to die fast. So don't get cornered in here. So that's not what we want to see, because if we drag him back here, then I'm cornered and I die. Expect trouble at the door. Nope. So interestingly enough, where was the way to the admin building? Oh, I think it was you go out the other way. And I'm pretty sure those are indestructible. We have busted hazmat suit with a big hole in it. Did you not do that? The stairs are very scary to me. They make me uncomfortable. Hey, friend, where did you come from? I don't like that. At this point, I'm expecting this place to be basically clear. A quick hit of her water. Alright, so it does seem like this is a deliberate decision to try and keep you from just cheese whistling them up here. Because they'll just keep getting caught in this window, making you have to do this dangerous corner again and again. Okay, we just got sleepy. And it's also late. So let's go get ourselves a nice little comfortable spot we can sleep on the roof. Our nice little private helipad. Ah, would you look at how nice this is? Yeah, so we look over there. There's actually access to get over here as well. I don't quite remember how we get there. Either way. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and go here. Unpack our tent. Looks like window hopping. No, there's a way from inside to reach it as well. All right. There's actually a pretty good chance we won't be able to sleep here because of all the noise the zombies are making. We're gonna try, though. I should have read the magazine. Right, that's fine. We can eat one of those too. We've got spare water if we need it for a while. Okay. Did you eat yet? Yeah, no, I ate, me and Tomb, like, on days off, we eat before stream. The thing to keep in mind is while we're up here, zombies could have moved around inside the building. That tent I found on a zombie. I think the problem is tents that just pre-exist in the world are just busted. They might have fixed it already, they might not have. I don't know. Like the tents that are already placed. Okay, no zombies out here. Just snarfling up a little bit of food before we start digging it down in there. Okay. We definitely need to get to the point where I'm not dealing with that corner. That corner is real dangerous. Case in point, they're gonna keep coming up there and gonna have to keep doing this like really sweaty exchange. Hold please, zombies. I got a thing. There we go. Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, I can just do that. We'll just make it easy on me, why don't you? I don't know why I can hit through the bars, but okay. That changes from being horrifically dangerous to being super duper easy. I hear you. Let's deal with the radio real fast. Okay. I don't think they're... I mean, those look like bars to me. Considering the door itself has barred mesh in it. And it says restricted area like a dozen times with people with hazmat suits. Die fast. Die fast. Nope. I am not fighting you on that tile right at the top of the stairs. You fight me over here. I know you got friends down there. Got at least 3 or 4 coming. Same plan. I'm not going down there. You come up to me. How goes the killing? It's pretty sweaty down there. Okay. Yes, definitely places. Okay, we're stressing out. Someone is hitting something down here. He has the same character as doing Rosewood. Right, back off. They're gonna be coming up. Oh, okay. Alright, that was terrifying. Formona got the red outline when I turned around with the zombie going down the stairs. That was just deeply upsetting. Time out, zombies. Time out, zombies. I gotta have a drink. Mom says it's snack time. Tag will have to wait, okay? Come on. Da, 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 da. Alright, so you're the only one who kept up. Okay. All right. Okay, flashlight's at 50%. All right. All right. Yeah, that little space is like, okay, we're gonna pop this door, we're gonna move, and I'm either gonna bump or I'm not gonna bump, and that's gonna decide if we live or die. Okay. Come on. I'm not taking that bait. You come here. That's right. I knew exactly what was gonna happen. Take that bait and die. Stage my next weapon. Alright. This place is a whole lot of cheek puckering. Hell, that stairwell is like one of the nastiest things I've seen in the game for just an awful time. Where? Where? I'm assuming it's on the stairs. Okay, it's on the stairs underneath me. That's fine. It was much cooler than this base used to be. It used to be like the big reveal of this base was on that first floor. It was those 6 animal cages in the back. Because back then, that was the only place on the entire map that had those animal cages, if I remember correctly. So it was like a unique asset to this place. And so, yeah. Nowadays, it's not unique. There are a bunch of places you can find them. Eat the meat stick. But now we got this nightmare basement. Now, because the building is 2 floors tall, this should be able to go 25 floors down at the max. I doubt it's that deep. It's probably like 8. Which is already terrifying enough. Okay. Alright. I have to think about during your work now is Project Zomboid progression. Yep. Sounds like we got aggro in one. Just you? Die fast. Die fast. I wish there was a look down button. I hear you moving down there. There you go. Okay. How's the weather there? Don't know. We're way underground. Oh, it's not a matter of silencing and all that. When you get up and close and personal, they're just not really the best option. Hey. But yeah, no, generally speaking, the melee weapons end up being far more reliable for killing stuff. Because, like, especially with something like this where I'd have to aim and try and go for the heads and all that kind of stuff. Being able to smack them real fast. I need to not miss that, that's fine. The problem's gonna be that crawler coming up the stairs now. Come on. Come on. Don't glitch on the stairs, come on, over here. I see you on the wide track. Crawlers are so awful. Okay. Alright, 1 second. But yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to the guns, getting ammunition and all that reliably can sometimes be a pain. Plus, guns are extremely heavy in the game. To give you an example, the M16 we used earlier was 5.6 encumbrance. By comparison, my melee weapons that I will kill literally dozens and dozens of zombies over weigh about 1. 1.5. So, where I could kill about 30 zombies if everyone is a one-shot, one-kill on the gun, I can carry enough weapons to have, like, 4 full weapons to that where I could probably kill 200 or 300 zombies. Like, guns have their place, they're useful and all that, but the lugging around the guns, the ammo, all that sort of stuff is a lot of space you're committing to weapons. Whereas if I can just get myself, like, a claw hammer, a nightstick, something like that, it'll go way farther. Okay. All right. Okay, we're getting a little exerted. So I turned around, I locked the door, because one of the other things that makes this sweaty is I do have the zombies set up where they're smart enough to open the doors themselves. So if I can open the door, they can too. So I did lock the door, so they have to go through that before they can come after me. How's our battery doing? About 35% or so we're still pretty good. We're gonna read this magazine, consider ourselves... Calm down, all you. You're down there making a ruckus. Come on, you saw me. Come on, you saw me. And you got a friend down there, too. What building are you in? The secret military base. And we're working and going down the super sweaty area. I have no idea what floor we're on at this stage. Come on. That's right. That's a good zombie. Right up here. Clear the stairs. Honestly, in real life, once the power dropped on this, going down here would be a good way to die. Not even because of the lights or anything. Because with no circulation, you would just be in a carbon dioxide trap. So as you breathe down here, the air, like oxygen, wouldn't get in. Go fast. Go fast. Come on. All right. Let's see. Also, since it's a research base, it would probably be a natural negative vacuum airflow thing. So even natural airflow wouldn't help you. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You're not going to have any meaningful natural airflow. I don't know what floor we are down here, but we got to be like 10 or so floors down. There ain't crap for airflow coming up and down this place. I'm just waiting for one of these just have like a side room and just pop over and get yoinked at the side room. This another door floor. It's 2 more, at least. Lady. Lady. I know there's another friend down there. Don't do this. I'm not taking the bait. Okay. See at least 2 of them chasing. Come on. Come on. There you go. Okay. Okay. Stop ignoring me. That's super dangerous to have you, like, try and walk past me and not actually aggro. That's a real easy way for me to die. Because then I miss a very important swing with the weapon. Take a sip. Eat a meat stick. Alright. Can't go much deeper than this. So looks like we got 3 aggroed. You can do it. Get up the stairs like a normal person. No, no. Up the stairs. You can do this. You hear a lot of doors being banged on. Come on, you can do it. Up the stairs. Up the stairs. There. No, yeah. Up the stairs. No. There you go. There you go. That's how stairs work. Good job. So there's an M16 magazine, but no gun to go with it. All right. Just verify in the game, it still works. Let's see, anointed map, click on the map, bottom right. I'll have it placed on the main map. Also accessible setting from should be automatically toggled. Gotcha. Cool. Sorry, I've been like super hyper focused this whole time because this place is designed to kill you. Stairs are like one of the most dangerous things in the game because of line of sight issues. And they were like, what if that was the entire game? Popping off her water off this bag. Where did you just go? So annoying when it does that. Okay. Water is topped off. Come on. Come on. Okay. There's more. But and there's the reason it's good that we cleared everything above us carefully before we came down here. If we had any zombies up there hearing us do this, I would get hit from behind and it would be just over. Come on. What we need to do is escape him for a minute to deal with our exertion. So let's go to the next time we have a door. I'm scared. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're fine. You play a little extra cautious. How goes our battery? About 20%. So pretty soon we'll want to find a safe place, like a proper safe place, and battery swap. Yeah, so clearly we got to the bottom there. There's a bunch of zombies down there. Okay. We're just gonna go upstairs for a minute. Let them kind of spread out a little. Alright. Don't have a choice. I have to open the door. Come on, don't slowly look. Get over here. You got like 50 friends here. Okay. Okay, so there's at least 4. Okay. Don't try and walk past me. No, don't go up. Don't go down. Come up the stairs. Say hi. There's at least one more. Okay. Eat a nope, we're not gonna eat granola. It's not done yet. Okay, we're going to eat a granola. We've earned this granola. Okay. All right. Kind of evaluating how I want to go about this. Could you not? There are still so many down there. What I wanted to do is get down to the first door, lock it, deal with all of my battery and my rest. I'm worried about you walking through the wall there. Just a random rat running by. Are you not done yet? Okay, we've locked the door. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I have not watched any, like, Korean game shows or whatever. And I know you've got the name wrong. Okay. So that was entirely... Yeah, no, it's fine. Yep, no, I haven't seen it. Well, that was an entirely stressful entire ordeal. I think we got most of what was down on that floor that we had aggro in the first batch. Because we went through a good, like, 20 or so zombies in that awful stairwell doing the backpedal up. There might be, like, 1 or 2 down there. But that's the whole thing. Okay. But I did lock the zombies in the stairwell, so as long as that door is not destroyed, or like somehow they broke the chain mesh or whatever, we shouldn't have any new zombies. You're assuming the biome would have good loots? Oh, you've never been to a dangerous point of interest in Project Zomboid before. The vast majority of places that are extraordinarily dangerous to get into Project Zomboid, the loot is terrible. Like, genuinely, this place, you could find the backpacks on some of the zombies, but as far as, like, actual loot outside of that, There was like nothing in the building worth mentioning, a couple of guns. And why are you doing it? Because it's hard. Of the places on the map, it's one of the 2 most dangerous places on the map. What was it? Oh, I was gonna replace the battery, that's right. Remove the battery. Okay, so here's the crap battery. We're gonna go put that in the corner. Of all the places on the map, it's one of them. Pretty much. Insert a brand new battery. Because we were down to about 15% battery or so, so we still had quite a bit of time left. But it was definitely starting to inch in that we need to get this going. We're going to go ahead and do what we did the other night to try and get ourselves some decent sleep since we... Oh, actually, I was going to say we're going to do that. But I actually don't have any beta blockers left. So we're going to embrace our panic. Let's see, for a second there, the way the screen was moving made the door look like it was being pounded on. And I was like, uh-oh, before I realized that it actually was. Yeah, no, that was, historically, myself and another content creator who, like, we both, like, at different points held the record and all that. We were having the discussion about what part of the map we felt was the most dangerous, and this is before Louisville was added to the game. And my stance was it wasn't even the military base. It was the road over here, like this last area of road here to the military base, if you don't show up within the first couple of months. Like, once it starts to grow in. I consider that the most dangerous. Because when you show up that late, you have to get out of your car to cut down trees. To get your car through. Which just means you're making all that noise in a heavily wooded area that has a really, really high zombie population. And his stance was that it was the prison in Rosewood. And the irony being that I wound up dying after we had that discussion in the parking lot at the prison of Rosewood because I was playing 16 times pop and the entire ground was just orange jumpsuits. And there was a zombie standing perfectly still on top of it. So I got okie dokes by that. And then meanwhile, he went to go after the secret military base, and he got, was cutting down the trees and got grabbed by a zombie through a tree and died. So we both died at the thing that the other person said was the harder one. Here's more zombies. I'm not trying to cheese them here, I just don't have a better position to fight from. I gotta get down to the stairwell. Don't do this. Oh, they actually broke the door down. Is there anything we care about here? We got an annotated map. Got a nightstick. That's a good find. We've wound up killing so many of these zombies. Okay. So nightstick's a really good find for us. There you go. I was like, I don't have another door closed down there. Because remember, I wanted to do that, and I just didn't get the chance. It's at least 2 or 3 of them. Don't tease me. Get up here. I heard you. Let's see, for Smart Zombies mode, can you see our control locks? How do you get keys? So if I grab this key, for example, and it's for this door, I can lock and unlock that door with that key. And then the zombies won't be able to open it, because they can't use keys or anything like that. But, like... Nope, I hear another one coming. There goes another rat. For crafted locks, I don't know. It's nothing I really had to think about. Oh, run away from that. I didn't see how many was there. It was at least 3. I was hoping I had another floor so I wouldn't have to do this nonsense again. Come on, there's too many corpses here. We're gonna get sick. Alright, should be here in a second. Are we good? Pretty sure I hear another one. I really hear zombies, I don't know where they're from. Where did they all come from? Why are there a billion of them? Okay. Like, seriously, I'm just trying to get that. Alright, well, we're backing off because we're too tired. You thought zombies were able to stack the metal grates, but they seem to be just walking into it. So a lot of those metal grates, aren't you glad you closed the door? Well, that's the thing, is I locked the door so I could give myself a moment to back off and recoup. And for whatever reason, the moment I did that, all hell broke loose from below. There's just like 20 zombies came just like booking upstairs after me. Watch. Helicopter day. That's what's gonna happen. Because we're getting due. Alright. Because I want to go back to like going down the stairs like we were doing, but I can't really get very far. H for here I will read. Yep. You scared me there. As I go buzz buzz, is like, alright, don't you do this. Don't you do this to me. I mean, honestly, where we're at right now, it would probably be fine. This far in here, all the zombies on the outside would just get stuck in everything. Alright. Before we go back in there, I gotta use the restroom. This has been pretty intense, ridiculous nonsense. So I'm gonna be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, that Mage Blood was like literally just a random drop unique, and I believe it was Delve we looked back at. So just like killed some enemy, dropped in the ground, picked it up, didn't even realize it, got to the back where it's all done, started identifying, was like, hang on, wait a second. Wait a second. Alright, so they said you could do this. Yeah, so that shows where it is. Well, that's interesting. So Gigamark, Bank, Medicine, Food. Oh. Oh, interesting. That's honestly pretty cool. Neat. Alright. Back to it. Is that a mod? Nope. We are running completely and utterly mod-free. How did you get through? Okay, the door must be gone. There's been a breach! I know it's down in the basement down there, but there was a lot of zombies in there that we are still cleaning up. And basically losing ground the entire way out of the place. Excuse you, lady. Yeah, what you got there in that backpack? Okay. All right, we are evicted. Man, how many zombies are in that last floor or two? It went from everything solidly going smoothly to just not getting pushed back a little, but just getting straight up kicked out. Well, keep in mind the zombie population doesn't change the inside of buildings. So we would have had a lot more fight getting here. But like once we were actually clearing the building, it'd be about the same. No. The insides are basically dictated by what they roll, that kind of thing. With the only caveat is if you set the zombie pop to 0, it will eliminate the zombies inside. But if it's anything over 0, it won't affect the zombies inside. Because you got to keep in mind a lot of the scenarios and a lot of the things in the buildings are specific. So like you have the one where it's Jason and a whole bunch of corpses, and you've got one that's like the murder-suicide house where there's 2 people. You've got one that's like a frat party, you know, that kind of thing. So you got all those storyline ones that kind of have specific things. Yep, no, I saw it. This wasn't the priority. Okay, so now we gotta fight our way back into that stairwell. Ever played Raven Creek? Yep, it's a cool one. It can get real pokey on the performance, though. It's like, there's a couple of these really cool cities, but especially back then, when you got a tall building in there, the whole game would run not great around those tall buildings. There's actually a couple of those map mods that have references to me. Like, for example, there is a knife store in the in Pit Shop or Pit Stop that you've got, you know, Rual's. I can't remember what the name of it was, like Rual's Knife Store, or Rual's Blaze, or whatever. Because for Build 41, I basically ran hunting knives as my main thing. You know, so I just run around killing hundreds of thousands of zombies, and it'd be favorite weapon hunting knives. Unfortunately, the sharpening mechanic kind of really hurt bladed weapons. They're nowhere near as fun to deal with anymore, because you have to, like, fight a little bit, stop, sharpen your blade. Fight a little bit, stop, sharpen your blade. At least they added the improvised whetstone. Yeah. The axes depends. You can end up needing to sharpen them a lot or a little, depending on a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I found I didn't need to sharpen the fireman axe very often. The meat cleaver I had to sharpen a lot. I almost always have to sharpen a meat cleaver. Let's hope to get farther away. Let's see, on the subject of doing max zombie hordes, I was doing Raven Creek. It's basically a gas station just outside the city. There's a mod for flyable helicopters, and on accident you left it running outside the fence line when it went to sleep. You woke up and the road outside was covered in hundreds of zombies. Yup. If there were moments that you had 0 sharpness, 100% durability, then yeah, you did it. But other than that, the sharpness and durability go down pretty much the same pace. Yeah, it depends. Like I said, the fireman's axe I usually notice they kind of go at the same rate for me mostly. But stuff like the meat cleaver, which is technically an axe, I find I have to sharpen that one a lot. The hatchet was more hit and miss. The scrap, oh, I forget what the scrap axe, whatever it's called, that one I found I had to sharpen a whole lot. It gets to the point where they're dull or not barely matters now. You're one-tapping zombies with a dull machete. Yeah, you can get to that point. Like, you can get to the point where you're just doing so much extra damage, you can still one-tap through it. It's just for stuff like the short blades where, you know, you gotta get pretty high level to start one-tapping at all. And then when you get to that stage and you have to, like, sharpen it to bring it back to having its proper damage, it does add a good number of swings, so you do have to kind of, like, keep up with sharpening it. Okay. So let's see how many zombies are still down here. Because we're basically fighting our way back into this place. Yeah, for me, short blades has been historically my favorite weapon category. But like, I have found the sharpening aspect of them to be like it just be an annoying thing because the magic of short blades. You could use hunting knives with a couple of hunting knives. You could basically fight the whole day without really stopping at any point. But with the sharpening, you just have to stop and sharpen them. So even though your character's maybe not exerted and all that, you still have to stop long enough to sharpen your blades, which isn't a huge ordeal. And it does make you kind of want to make sure your character's not sad. But it's weird that, like, that is something that bladed weapons have to deal with. But, like, the blunt weapons, there's no equivalent. So I just kind of find, like, I'd just rather use the blunt weapons then. Alright, this turn's gonna be potentially risky. Okay. I say I heard one moving. Back off. Bring him out. Yes, the secret military base. What ended up happening is we got to what I believe is the bottom floor of the base, and it was just a ton of zombies to the point it actually bullied me back out of the base. We're kind of trying to fight our way back in. Because these are all the zombies that came out of the bottom of the base. You need to all stop coming after me. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can't get up onto the helipad. Don't be up there. You don't belong up there. Follow me outside. You have no reason to be up there. I literally made no noise in that direction. Where did you come from? Alright, well, we gotta back off. Yeah, no, keep in mind, the military secret base is one of the hardest points of interest in the whole game. It's up there with stuff like the mall and the Rosewood Prison. You clear places like this, and you can clear any place on the map. But a lot of cases, these kind of places have zombie populations that they're not quite to the point of, like, similar to town. But they're also not super far off. Like, we've definitely killed well over 1,000 zombies here. Yeah, because we're at 2,800 and climbing. Okay. And there's Sleepy. So I'd like to do... There's not too many zombies. So there's maybe 4 or 5 there. There's not too many zombies. I'd like to get up to the helipad. The helipad is honestly probably the place that's most likely to be safe for me. Because worst case, if zombies do get up there, I can jump the fence to the other side and I have to break through the chain link fence. It does give me a lot of room to maneuver. Where are you all coming from? I'm just wondering how big this bottom floor is that this many zombies have been piling out of it. Alright, you say the Motel X is the hardest thing for you to clear. The stairs, the left side of the basement, right side, the doors out the front. There's places on the map that you can, like, choke points that are bad. Like you said, there's a random prison zombie. You'll be hyper-focused, clearing large hordes, and a single zombie will sneak up and they won't get you. Yeah. It has gone from struggling aggro 1-1 up to fighting stairs, the entire research facility, knowing your exact location. Well, I'm wondering... So I haven't been to the Build 42 research base, like this place yet. And so I'm wondering if it's like you get down to that bottom floor, it just goes out. Like it's just a really big underground area or something like that, because that'd be pretty cool. So I'm really hoping we can just stroll in here, not fight anything. There we go. So unpack our tent. Wonder if it's clear yet. Oh, well, I mean, there's definitely going to be stragglers down there, because I still heard stuff being banged on down there. The question is it a handful of zombies, like, in individual rooms? There's a zombie banging on something somewhere that's driving our character absolutely up the wall, which means we almost certainly won't be able to sleep. Okay. Eat half a thing of beef jerky. Take a sippy sip of water. All right. Almost certainly going to wake up with us at breaking point. Yeah, so zombies down there smashing on doors and walls. You know how much time animals could survive at the beginning without intervention? I have no idea. The problem we're running into right now is we got zombies banging on doors and windows down there. And because of that, I can't sleep. You know what? That'll work. Oh, where's your radio now? There are zombies up here trying to reach me on the roof. Get this all packed in before they get here. All right. Let's see, I wanted to make sure I wasn't up there any longer than I had to be if I was going to make noise. Okay, let's make sure there's not a bunch out here. All right. Oh, you're over there on the left. Okay, that's fine. Did we finally get them all out of here? Can I go downstairs now? I don't know if you're above or over there. Okay. Sorry, going back down. None of this can be trusted. And thank you, Jam Bama, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. I do hope you are enjoying the stream. And thank you so much again for that gifty sub. Or not the gifty sub, the Prime sub. That one. Okay, and we can grab you and top off our water. Up or down? Down. Okay. Should be going back to the door. Later, rat. Hate stairs? You would hate this whole military place. It's just stairs. Come on. Nope, come up here. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is we got down to the bottom floor, and there was enough friends to force us the entire way back out of the building. Okay. Yeah, problem is with how deep this place is, there's no really proper avoiding fighting on the stairs. Okay. Yeah, now the problem is line of sight. The line of sight is really nasty. That's the reason you notice I'm going really wide on the stairs. Give me as much time as I possibly can. To be clear, inside the building, the zombie pop settings don't matter unless it's 0. Okay. But you saw how, like, right at the top of the stairs, we, like, lose line of sight for just a second? That's the kind of stuff that gets really bad, is you'll start the swing when your character sees it, they'll step momentarily, like, on the cusp of the stair where you'll momentarily lose line of sight, and then recover it, and you'll miss. Okay. Yeah, we found an angled flashlight running around up here. Alright. Zombie standing on the ground next to the stairs biting you drove me insane. Yeah, I haven't run to that, but I'm also, like, deliberately trying to stay on the wide side. It caught it on biting me for bullying. I could see it. It's a bit of a stretch, but I can see the context where that could be bullying. Obviously, that's not what's happening here. Would you stop, like, baiting me by starting to move and then stopping? Yeah, I'm trying to be watchful of that. Alright, can I find a floor? Alright, that'll have to do. Time to get bullied. Ooh, hey, you kept up. That was spicy. There was 3. Nope. I hear more. I am not hitting that one on the ground right there. Okay. I need you to all back off so I can take a break. All right. Let's get up to our roof. I hear zombies, and I'm not sure where. I don't like it. Let's get up to the roof. Recover endurance for just a little bit here. Okay. You need a sledgehammer? No. The problem isn't, like, whether or not I can even get into the building. The problem is I'm just, like, constantly getting bombarded by zombies trying to get down there. So I'm just in an absolute slog. Alright. I mean, those fenced wall top there. Oh, these? No, there's a way, like, that would require a sledgehammer. I think you might be able to go through those with a welding mask and all that as well. But you can just walk in the front. If you wanted to go in the back, you'd have to take a sledgehammer. That's probably more dangerous. At the end of the corridor? Here? I mean, we're going in them. Like, there's a door right there. We opened the door. I mean, they eventually broke the door. But no, there's nothing here that requires a sledgehammer as far as I'm aware of. We're gonna get grabbed through this thing because it seems super... How many are down there? Stop being buggy and walk around. Fight me normal. I'm genuinely scared that you're pushing each other through and you're gonna clip through on me. I won't be able to defend myself. Can you, like, go around? I want to just straight up fight you normal. This crap is just dicey as all get out. Yeah, there was one or two weapon stores that require a sledgehammer to go through, or you have to find the key. In this case, we got the key. Holy crap, there's so many zombies. How are there still that many zombies down there? Well, that's the thing. We keep going down that whole ridiculous stairwell. And each time it's like another 100 zombies spill. I'm like, where are you coming from? There's no room down there anymore. Well, that's the thing that's weird, is it used to be only short blades and spears could go through that. But it seems to, like, for all intents and purposes, I could just use any weapon, because we've been hitting them through there with claw hammers and all that. Okay, no more aggro, please. I need to relax on the roof. Nah, so the thing is, every time you cross a door, the bodies on the other side of the door don't count. So the fact that we're going through, like, all those different rooms are basically meaning we're, considered a separate room from the bodies again and again. Alright, the downside is I'm running out of food. Fitness is 4, strength is... Or sorry, fitness is 3, strength is 4. I believe where it's left off. Yep, no, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna try and run through them. I have to sleep somewhere else, I sleep somewhere else. Go away! Cool, so I can still get far enough away from the bodies that we don't get sick. So I need to sleep over here on the edge. Yeah, the problem is my key does not seem to work on it. Okay. We did find a meat stick, so let's eat that. None over there. That meat stick. Oh, a little bit more food. Alright. Is this still nightmare fuel over here? Like, seriously, where are you coming from? Okay. So we got that all cleared out. Oh. I see you. Got one that wandered away. So let's go sit for a minute and recover. Alright. I'm worried we're gonna get sleepy soon. I'm doing my best to stay in the fight. But we're gonna start running low on supplies soon, which means I'll have to work my way back out of here. And that'd be a bummer after how much we pushed. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Because we've gone down to that last floor. There's the sleepy. Okay. Yeah, so we're queasy, but we're not getting more corpse sickness here. So we should be okay. Or if I hang out over on this edge, we should be fine. Didn't lock the door? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not too fussed about that part. Just get sleep. That's all I need. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I stand by that the road in and out of here, when you're playing in higher pops and you don't go to it right away, is the most dangerous place on the map. It's just once those trees start growing in, and then you're trying to cut the trees down as zombies are just spilling in from the forest. With multiplayer, it would help a little bit. Because, like, one of you can cut the trees while the other ones are kind of scouting out to try and keep an eye on the other side of the tree and all that to make sure you're not just getting yourself mauled. Alright, bear... 1 second. Okay, I'll worry about that later. It's upper and lower torso from carrying the big heavy thing there. I will eat her meat stick. I mean, most of the ads are going to be regional based. A lot of them won't consider what game you're playing. Sometimes they will. They don't have a ton of information they can use for determining stuff. Alright, so let's see if we can make some progress down the stairs, because unless we start finding some more food, we're on a timer now. There probably is more food on these bodies, but trying to sort through it all, looking for like the 1 or 2 pieces of meat stick and all that. Okay. Just scrolling through here because there's so many zombies that have died in this one spot. I'm just hoping we find like a meat stick or something like that. Nope, there we go. There's some beef jerky. And that's all junk on the floor. Cool. We got ourselves at least a tiny bit more food. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things with Twitch is they don't collect like a whole big user profile on you like other websites where, you know, Google like invades your emails and all that stuff. So yeah, they actually know very little about you. And they really don't do a good a job on like targeted ads and all that stuff. And so it's kind of like catch-22 is that does mean their ads are worth less. So you gotta run more of them. And at the same time, it also means though they're not doing like nearly as privacy invasive stuff. Yeah, no, it's understandable not wanting to link your phone. It's a verification thing that they're using because a lot of the like the bots and all that, that's a way they can like manage to do stuff is they don't have like valid emails or phone numbers or all that kind of stuff. So you can just spin up a new account again and again. But stuff like that to help with that. I do get people not wanting to do it. It's one reasons why when it comes to like the chat thing, I do have it where your account has to be over a certain age, or has to have the verified phone, or has to have watched the channel for a certain amount of time. You get the idea. So like, you know, people want to verify their phone and go through that process. You know, relatively new account can do that. Because it means the only people who can't chat is like a brand new account that doesn't have a phone linked to it, and also hasn't been watching the channel for a real length of time, and yada yada. And just setting that stuff up, like, how much it tuned down the number of bots. Right, yeah, and also two-factor authentication. ends up being a real big one. Just protect yourself. It's not foolproof. Sometimes people get security stuff wrong on the server side, and there's tricks to bypass it kind of stuff. Sometimes the technology itself gets compromised, or your phone gets stolen, or whatever, your two factors get stolen, and yada yada. But it will still massively reduce the risk. The chances that someone figures out your password and swipes your phone and, like, knows what account they want to try to get you in and all that is pretty low. Yeah, you can't verify your phone in Twitch for some reason. Twitch doesn't accept your number. Don't know. Maybe it might be the type of plan you have. I have no idea how their verification works. Your kiddo keeps doing those. Your birthday plus your favorite color plus your street you grew up equals your rapper name. And you're like, no, yeah. Yeah, for those who aren't catching what Miriam is talking about, that is if you look at those kind of things, your birthday plus your favorite color plus the street you grow up on, or like your pet's first name, your mother's maiden name, like those kind of things. A lot of those that seem like your fun whatever, like choose which person from Harry Potter, choose what X-Man you are, all that kind of stuff. They're getting all the stuff that you use for your protection questions. And all that kind of stuff. And yeah, and people will just be like, it's a silly little quiz, try it out. And it's like, that's just asking for a bunch of your private information. Let's see, if they hack your account, steal and unlock your phone, just to bot Twitch kind of things. Well, that's the thing. It wouldn't be just the bot Twitch. Usually what ends up happening is they hack your account. You know, they steal they get a hold of your phone, they hack your account, they figure out your password, they realize you use that password, another thing, they get into that as well. And a lot of those compromise, it is they use one thing to get into the other thing to get into the other thing to get into the other thing. And that kind of stuff. And so, like, a lot of major data breaches from, like, government agencies and everything, it usually starts as something, like, trivial. Like, someone, you know, they get a hold of someone's Facebook. And then using the Facebook, they, you know, manage to hook it over to the next thing. And then once they've got over to the next thing, they move on to the next piece. Or what they'll do is, you know, they'll get into Twitch, and then they'll DM someone else on Twitch. Basically like, hey man, like, you know me, kind of thing. Like, I have this game I've been working on, and I'd really like, you know, like you check out this brand new game I've been working on, get your feedback and all that. And then, you know, you do a data breach like that, because that's what the Discord... Oh, that's bad. Okay, that's what the Discord one that's been going around is. What'll happen is you'll get a DM from someone you know. Like, someone you know and potentially trust. Like, they'll be a friend, everything. And you'll get a message being like, hey, I'm trying to get this game running, and I'm just having a real hard time with it. Could you check it out? And they try and trick you into downloading it. Now, anyone who does any, like, meaningful security practice, the moment it goes, hey, will you download this executable onto your hard drive? Should be like massive red flag. But it gets people. It tricks people. Like, it just takes that 1 second that you let your guard down, and then you're got, and then you turn around, like your account turns around and starts DMing everybody on their friends list and all that to do the same thing. And yeah, no, it goes around every so often, but yeah, no, a lot of times they'll check your friends list and hit up people on your friends list. Okay. Well, I mean, I only knocked them over. I didn't kill them. Let's see. You remember getting a tons of message from people back in the console days? Yeah. Let's see. The new one is unleveled accounts that you have never played a game with and saying, this isn't your main. You've got to be smurfing. Just get you to sign up. There's a tons of them. There's some PZ mods on servers that they're like, hey, run this bat for the mod. Be careful with mods right now. This isn't exclusively a PZ thing. Be careful. We are seeing more and more malware using mods as the attack vector. Because when you grab a mod, quite often you are just grabbing executable code from God knows where and going, you know what? Let me just go ahead and plunk that right onto my hard drive so that my melee hits go plunk. And yeah, like exactly, the Mecha Chameleon situation where they had hacks come through on custom maps and all that stuff. Why are you on stairs? What happened? How many floors? We are in the secret military base, which has a super, super deep, like, lower floor. Alright, let's see. There we go. Beef jerky so it can stay a little longer. Run Zomboid as administrator, why not? But yeah, so it is definitely one of those things that, like, it's not like don't use mods or anything like that. It's just, we gotta go back to the days where when you go to some random-ass website, and it's like, yo, download this toolbar, that you stop and go, do I need that toolbar? Do I really want that? And there's times where you're like, okay, like, you know, this mod does a really cool thing, a whole bunch of people download it. You know, there's a fairly high level of confidence, you're probably fine. But it is worth taking that extra second to consider. I don't want to be that far up. You know, it is worth taking the extra consideration of, like, this mod. Is it one that's well known? Do I trust the source? And the source isn't Steam. The source is whoever made the mod. And then on top of that, we're having more and more mods being produced with Gen AI. Which, regardless of your stance of Gen AI and all that, there are a lot of, like, really poorly implemented mods. They're, like, it was in the Product Zomboid category and all that they're talking about a mod that, it added a coffee cup to your game that had over 2 million polygons on it. So, like, it has more polygons than, like, probably the entire everything else I've got going on right now in this entire area. And a lot of that stuff. And there's always been, like, poor craftsmanship mods, but we're seeing a pretty big uptick of them due to Gen AI just letting people, you know, type in a thing, hit enter, and it vomits out stuff, and because, you know, they don't know what they're doing, they don't look into it any farther, they're just like, it ran! And they just push it out. That's a whole thing. But so you have a friend who's author mods. They've been asked to have their work package and comprised mods. They're like, yeah, do your thing. But of course, they didn't know it was bad news. Yeah. But the friend told you, you get what you pay for, and it's really stuck in your mind. Yeah, and, like, don't get me wrong, there are mods that are good and free and yada yada. Like, don't let it be a whole thing where it's just like, you know, don't like see it as like just don't get mods. But it is a thing to use a bit more caution than we used to. I can't move. Everything's frozen. The game is frozen. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I think the game crashed. Yeah, Product Zomboid crashed. So that could be rough. The unfortunate thing that is a lot of times when the game crashes, it will delete a lot of the zombies immediately around you. Let's see. A lot of games want to support mods, but do it by lazily allowing the mod full access to the executable. Yeah, and I mean, there's also a lot of times where, like, for example, is there autosaving in Product Zomboid? Yes, whether you like it or not. It is constantly up saving. Now, to be clear, the world and your character save different. Your character usually keeps up, like, within a couple seconds. The world saves more periodically and all that stuff. But yeah, we should see that. Yeah, no, the stream was freezing because something was happening with Product Zomboid that it was crapping out, and it did ultimately crash. But yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things. Like, Product Zomboid's an example of this. Product Zomboid has some mods that are very safe. They just update a Lua file, which is just a script file and all that. Not a big deal. But you can also get mods that change jar files, Java files. And that's executable code at that point. You can do both. And, like, Lua files are really likely to be safe. Oh, we don't need to worry about that, because I'm playing not on a server side. The game froze. Nothing was updating. If I was playing in a multiplayer server and I had that happen, whatever happened to my character happened to my character. We're screwed in that case. But in single player, where it got stuck and crashed, you know, I'm probably going to lose a couple seconds of where I was at my character state. The world might roll back a couple in-game hours. We'll see all where it lands. Oh no, I'm not running any mods at all. And had it culling zombies once? Yeah, it used to cull zombies more than I wanted to. Where you'd run into a situation like this and then the whole place would just be empty of zombies. Come on. So it did not cull the zombies. Yeah, I was holding down right. The moment it, like the moment we hit like the click to start loading in. Yeah, so our world state did get reset. It's now 6:30 in the morning. So we did lose a couple of in-game hours. That's not a big deal. That'll just affect like what, you know, what's been looted, doors and all that. We haven't done anything meaningful for that in a while. I mean, we've been going for a while. I'm pretty sure there's a memory leak in the game still. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, like, there's also Catch-22 in the mod situation, where people want mods that can do basically just about anything in their games. Like, so far as the players want mods that can be, like, really fully fledged about anything's on the table. But a lot of times that requires you to give the game, like, give the mods more and more depth of access. That can start getting pretty sketchy. And then the other thing is, like, you want to try and keep stuff secured. If you don't give enough access, people get frustrated that your mod support is, like, really limiting kind of thing. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of good things that are going on with Build 42. I was hoping to wait. I want him to break another door. Can you explain the builds and why they are unstable and stable? Basically, unstable is the one where they're making a lot of frequent major changes, and then stable is supposed to be the one that they've been kind of working on, sitting on for a while. That they're in like a relatively bug-free or at least relatively crash-free position. So, like when Build 42 first released as unstable, you know, it was like crashing left and right. There was some pretty egregious bugs, all that kind of stuff. But now it's stable. Yeah, there's a couple of bugs here and there. But broadly speaking, they're mostly minor. But it's kind of the same as having, like, beta and release and all that stuff. Would you get up here? I hear you snarling and making a bunch of noise. Hello, hello, hello. You got... No, okay. I really need that, because that zombie was solidly in my range. It's really supposed to prioritize that one. If that zombie would have gone for us... that probably would have been a thing. Yeah, generally... oh, that's bad. That's a zombie from upstairs. Okay. That's a second. Oh, did you respawn up here? Is this before we cleared the door? Yep. So we got killed by the crash. Because it reset our world state back to before we killed the zombies on the top. Yep, that's the crash that killed us. So basically, those were all the zombies. If you remember, we had those up top before, and I slowly worked through them. It set me back several in-game hours, so I was now sandwiched between the groups. So yeah, that's what happens when the crash happens. So that's a big bummer. But yeah, that's actually a big problem, because normally with a lot of situations where you run into a lot of that, there's no way to fix that? No, there's no way to fix that. When the game crashes, the world... so, for those who missed what happened, is we had a game crash, and so your character is saved constantly. Like, your character is getting saved all the time. And then the world state saves every once in a while, and the reason it does that is the world state, when it saves, it's a lot heavier load. And so if it was saving constantly, your game would stutter because of the constant saving. So it's like, character, a couple in-game hours go by, that. Maybe save edit, but that'd be too much. Oh no, I don't do that. Even in this case where like this death was not my fault. This death was the game crashed and all that kind of stuff. So this is, you know, an unfair death or whatever. But I'm not too worried about it. Like genuinely, you gotta keep in mind that I've done like world record runs and all that. So a character that's lived a month is like a nothing burger for me. Like, I've got a character who's still alive on build 41, who's been alive for like a year and 8 months or some nonsense, and she's got like 200,000 kills. So, like, yeah, I've put about, what was that, 3-4 streams into this character? Eh. Could you escape if you went out earlier? No, so they were at the top. The only way I was escaping, if you notice, I tried to run through them really fast. The only way to escape that would have been to get lucky and bump into the corner, be able to turn and then bump through again, using that stuff. If build 43 releases, would you try it on ASP? Yeah, usually people go to whatever's the latest build. In your opinion, Product Zomboid is fun enough where I'm bummed I died, but still worth enough to go again. But yeah, so it is one of those things, like, when you, like, if you're someone who you die in a run, and you get set back, and that's going to upset you, this is not a good game for you. Very genuinely, deaths are a thing that happen. Now, with that said, with it being the time it is, I don't think I'm going to start another playthrough of Product Zomboid right now. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to our RimWorld playthrough that we've got going on. Is it possible to adjust how often it autosaves? Maybe, but again, like I said, if it autosaves the world too often, your game will run terribly. Because the world has way, way, way more stuff going on than your character, which is just a handful of stats in your inventory. Let's see, now a lot of people play 7 Days to Die hardcore, where once you die, they start over. Yeah, no, a lot of people do that. And yeah, and that's the same thing. And also because, like, all that stuff. You mean you can debug mode your guy back naturally save? Yeah, I'm not going to, though. You gotta keep in mind, I got like 4,000 hours into this. I've died many times. That's probably only the second death I've had my entire 4,000 hours that I died to something that's like, that's a bug. Like, that's a bug or that's a crash or whatever. So that's actually a pretty good track record so far as the game not killing me. I've only had like 2 deaths where it's like, okay, like that wasn't me, that was the game fouling up. And the other one was also like a crash world state kind of situation. Not as bad as this one. This one was pretty bad. Just so close to seeing what's in the bunker. Now that you can hold 1,000 zombies. Recently you got a similar on the multiplayer. Well, multiplayer has some real desyncy stuff that'll get you killed. Yeah, well, I mean, we reached the bottom. I only got to look at like one hallway on it. Like, I opened the door to go into the area, and it was just the zombies there. Yeah, no, that is a remarkably high number of zombies all the way down there. I'm actually kind of surprised, because of how, what's the word I want to use? How divisive stairs can be with not being able to look down them. Like, it's a thing that's not particularly well made in the game. That I'm surprised they made an area that is, like, very clearly you're meant to have this ridiculous height of stairs with a bunch of zombies that you will fight on those stairs. It's really leaning into something that doesn't work well in the game, which is so weird. Let's see, running sim now. So in RimWorld, how far, you said new base, old home? Alright, Lexer, you take it easy. So we've been going along and had knit stuff. There should be a ready up cursor to look downstairs. Yeah, no, and there's been mods to achieve it, and they work okay. But yeah, so what's going to happen if people watching on YouTube, the stream is going to come down on the YouTube side. Because I have to, like, restart the stream to switch the game category, because YouTube hates anything that remotely makes sense. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real fast on the YouTube side. But like I said, what we're going to do is we're going to switch over to RimWorld. And that's just because we